I hope I'm audible to the back. Okay, great. While everyone's taking the seat, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for taking out the precious time to join us for the ETHforAll Kick Off event, especially on a Saturday, right? Like, I'm just amazed to see the entire hall is filled up, and so many people have come, and it just shows the enthusiasm for the Web3 ecosystem. To introduce who we are Devfolio, and we are the hosts for today. I'm Ekansh, and I lead various initiatives at Devfolio. But I just want to give a quick background about who we are. We're one of the world's largest and fastest growing community of developers. We have about 250,000 developers on our platform. And what we do, we essentially give economic opportunities to developers. What that means is it's bounties, it's funding, it's grants for all their projects. And you won't believe we've given roughly about 20 crores worth of bounties in the last few years. What we essentially do is we're a community of developers, and what they can do here is continuously upskill themselves through peer learning and mentorship. But I just really want to spend this second here talking about our ethos, right? What we really want to do is we want to get the best out of you, and so that you become the greatest developer. And our philosophy is very, very simple, right? You learn and you earn. And how do we do this? We do a bunch of hackathons, we do a bunch of fellowships, and what happens through this process is essentially you learn while you build, but you also earn money, right? And you know what? We recently conducted the world's largest Web3 hackathon, and this is, most of you would know, ETHIndia Hackathon, which happened a few months back. There were roughly about 2,000 builders, 500 projects, and in just a few days, we gave about 3 crores worth of bounties, right? But before I begin, I just want to share a short story, right? So, and especially regarding the genesis of this event. What happened was we were talking to the Global Ethereum Foundation, and they said that we want to do more and more of these events, and we were thinking of making this online. But the Telangana government came to us and said that, hey, you know what? You should do this offline, and you should do this in Hyderabad. We started talking to them, and we realized our vision is completely aligned, right? We want to help the public, we want to do public goods, and let's do it in Hyderabad, right? And I really want to thank them for being so forward and so sort of progressive in their thinking, right? And because of this, I'm very, very sure that we can set up a very, very vibrant ecosystem in the Web3 space. In fact, for me, this is the first time in Hyderabad. And when I just look at the city outside, I'm like blown away. I think for sure, this is going to be the biggest tech hub, and not just in India, but I think in the world, right? Now to just get down to the schedule, we first have the welcome keynote by Rama, Devi, Lanka ma'am. Post that, we have Honorable Jayesh, Ranjan sir come on stage. He'll declare the Web3 regulatory sandbox cohort. Then we'll sign the MOUs. We then finally have the keynote by him. Post that, we have the panel discussion by the public goods governments. And then we have a ETHforAll partner showcase. Post that, we all break for lunch. And then we have exciting things happening, right? We first have all the grantees who've flown down especially to present what they're building, all the exciting things. It's very, very interesting projects. Then we have our game plan. We've been planning a lot of things, and guess what? 2023 is going to be super, super exciting. Post that, we just end on the last note. We have a panel set up which just talks about all the interesting opportunities in the Web3 space. But obviously, that's not the end. We have a sundowner party. But it's just not a party. I would request you to get some food, get some drinks, but also make the most of it and spend time networking and just getting to know each other, right? Because it's all about building the ecosystem together. And before I begin, I just want to thank the people who made this possible, and that's essentially the Emerging Technologies Wing and Jayesh Ranjan sir. Basically, the Emerging Technologies Wing is a vertical that was set up by the IT department to achieve Telangana's vision, which is to become the leader in emerging technologies. What they do essentially is they are taking all these emerging technologies to drive socio-economic development for marginalized communities, which means farmers, women, senior citizens, and persons with disabilities. What they're trying to do is create like an ecosystem where they use multiple emerging technologies. They classify it under 8 technologies. I'll name a few. There's artificial intelligence, there's drone technology, IoT, space tech, and of course, blockchain. Now, I'd just like to invite Rama Devi Lanka ma'am to come on stage to give the keynote. A little bit about her. She's the director at Emerging Technologies. She's a graduate from IMC. Our current role is to implement a digital strategy in the era of emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, cloud, and IoT. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. Respected Ranjan and the Principal Secretary and IT's Department, our Governing Council and advisory members of the Sandbox, colleagues from our ecosystem, Devfolio team, especially Devi and Denver, have been working hard. A very warm welcome, and most of all, important ones, developers who are out there, here, who are present here and who have joined online, who are just waiting to go for the hackathon. Well, a warm welcome from Government of Telangana. Well, as Akansha has said, this concept of ETHforAll started last year, in fact, when this ETHforIndia happened in the month of November in Bangalore. In fact, we reached out to Denver saying that can we have ETHforIndia in Hyderabad last year, that was. But he said all the planning has been done for the Bangalore, so probably we can have a short one. In fact, we planned something last year in September itself, this ETHforAll. But because ETHforIndia is happening in November, it was too short for the time interval. So we thought let us plan it for this year. And we announced this during the ETHforIndia Bangalore final day when the winners were announced. And this is how we are. And we did announce launched a Sandbox during that event in Bangalore. And I see some of you, I've met some of you in Bangalore. Good to see you all again in Hyderabad here. So that's the context, or or the genesis of it, why how this has actually been conceptualized. Well, as you already mentioned, we started working on blockchain way back in 2018. Actually, somebody met me and said, this is the second time they are in Hyderabad. The first time they were in 2018 to attend a blockchain conference, a huge one, which was actually attended by from people across the globe, from Singapore, from US. But he was saying he was not aware that the government actually organized that particular conference in 2018. So when I told him actually we are the ones who organized, he was really surprised. I didn't see the government there. That's how we work. We're not seen, but we work at the back end to develop the ecosystem. As I said, that 2000 conference has set the momentum for us. And our state is the first one to come out with a state-specific framework. This again, we got this out in collaboration with the founding members of what we call the blockchain district, and in the government. We are the first state to understand the potential of blockchain, how it can be used for the government use cases. And today, if you think of any use case that you can think of in blockchain, I think we would have already implemented it. Some are implemented as pilots, and a few others we've actually, scaled it up across the state also. And we actually launched our first framework, space tech framework in the metaverse last September, when nobody even thought of doing it. Nobody in the sense, none of the governments, other state governments have thought about it. So while we have worked on the use cases, and currently 2 projects, are being implemented. Well, a number of projects that we have implemented, like starting from education certificates to, land records to supply chain and so on. Currently 2 projects, and e-voting is another one. One is in supply chain area. As you know, government actually transfers a lot of benefits to the poor people in various forms. It could be in cash, it could be in form of food grains. So supply chain essentially is the use case. It's very relevant to the government. The other is the traceability solution we are implementing in to trace seeds actually, because that's one of the biggest problems in Telangana. During the farming season, markets are dumped by fake seeds. So that we are again working with the startup called TraceX. Now is the time for us to focus on Web3 use cases. And since the Web3 community is there, I don't have to say anything. It's not in the government sector, but currently the general use cases that are currently in vogue range from browsers, to gaming, to social media. Essentially, to give complete control of the content to the users, and also ensuring their accessibility. That's the theme or the area that's actually blockchain companies are focusing on. And I said it's a huge potential out there. A Forbes report, on Web3 and blockchain, it actually states that this particular sector can contribute to about $1.1 trillion to India's GDP by 2032. So it's a great opportunity for the startup to capitalize this, and we also have few representatives from the VC communities, from some of the top blockchain protocol companies here. I request startups to please interact with them. While we have implemented a number of use cases, we also focused on another important pillar, which is talent pool. Another organization, a sister or ecosystem, one of our partners, ecosystem partners, we call them, TASK, Telangana Academy of Skills and Knowledge. They have actually implemented a number of training programs in partnership with the industry. And today we can proudly say that Telangana has a good blockchain talent pool available. So that's another area that we have actually focused on. When we worked on use cases, we worked on talent, and we also worked on building the community. While we have two initiatives that we are focusing on. And the important initiative why we are here today is, the first half of it is because of the Sandbox. This is a brainchild of our Principal Secretary Jayesh. He actually conceptualized this when he went, last year I think in Davos, when he met the industry leaders over there. So since then we worked on it and we announced it in last November and today. And we received around 28 applications. I think we're going to announce the first cohort for the Sandbox here. There are 3 stages for the Sandbox. The first is the application, the second is shortlisting of application. Once the cohort starts, the second stage is we authorization is given to the startup saying that this particular startup, and this is again a regulatory sandbox. Let's be clear on that. We're not looking at an innovative sandbox or a technology sandbox. It's a regulatory sandbox. So we actually evaluate solutions that are complying with, we help startups to see if they're complying with the existing regulations, that's number one. And if there are no regulations and if the solution is really good, we actually, we have a group of advisors and governing council members who would actually make recommendations to the concerned regulatory bodies on the regulations that they need to actually frame. So these are 2 key things. So the first stage for the first cohort we have completed. The second authorization stage we are going to take it up. We have the DC members and advisory members. Post these panel discussions, we are going to brainstorm on the next process, how do we give authorization to the shortlisted companies. Secretary is going to announce the first cohort soon. We are also signing MOUs with 8 partners. I think 6 partners are already present here. That's one of the, and we're very glad that these partners came forward to companies came forward to partner with us, and I'm sure this partnership will actually take Web3 community development to the next level. Coming back to the ETHforAll, this online hackathon, 8,000 have registered. They're really eager to see the kickoff of the hackathon. Is initiated by the Devfolio, government's vision or government's intent in the sense. While the government actually looks at developing the ecosystem broadly as a whole, but we also have a primary responsibility to see that these technologies are being used for the benefit of the common man, be it a farmer, be it a patient who is living in a rural area. How technology can really improve their lives? Can we use these technologies to create social impact, bring in societal impact is what we always think of. So this theme that's currently, ETHforAll, public goods and governance is perfectly in alignment with our government's, vision and thought process. This is particularly important as it, not only create financial benefits, but also to tackle societal issues is what we always look into. Right? So, in addition to this, we have a couple of panel discussions, as Ranjan has already stated. We are really thankful to Devfolio for organizing this year, and we are looking, forward to the exciting journey with all of you. The Devfolio, the Sandbox partners, MOU partners with whom we are going to sign. Let us take India to the next level in blockchain community. So, and lastly, I once again thank each one of you, for coming here, being here in person. Some of you have traveled from different cities, so for taking out time, and thanks to all of you. I would like to make a special mention about a team who actually worked, hard to make this happen for the Sandbox especially. Maurya, Swati, Sukruti, Karthik and Srinivas, they pitched in the last few days. So wishing the very best to the first cohort and to all the developers out there who are actually waiting to participate in the hackathon. So best wishes from the government of Telangana for the concept ETHforAll, Ethereum for public good. So let's work together to shape the blockchain Web3 ecosystem in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And that's exactly why we're here today. Thanks to you and thanks to the government. This is probably going to be one of the most historic moments, I think, when we talk about this 10 years from now. To please come on stage. Just a quick introduction about him. He's the Principal Secretary of the IT Department, Government of Telangana. He's a member of IS and holds a degree from IMC and a master's from National University of Singapore. In fact, when I was looking at his profile, there were so many degrees that I said that maybe we'll spend the entire day talking about all his degrees. But anyways, moving on, his role involves a couple of things. It involves developing policy frameworks, attracting new investments, and identifying opportunities on how you can actually utilize IT in various government processes. And in that way, you can actually promote the digital empowerment of citizens. Welcome, sir. What we'll be doing now is actually, as Matt mentioned, we'll be announcing the final. Request them to come on stage. So I would request the startups to please come on stage. We have first Dignify, then we have Rana, ETHforAll, Spin Class. Give a round of applause. Spin Class, Zot, Rightfully, Rareco, and Sports Press. We request you to please come on stage. I would also request Rama, Devi, Lanka ma'am to please come on stage. I'd also request the government team to please come on stage for this photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause. They've been working very, very hard, and we're going to see some really amazing startups come out of this first cohort. For the next segment, we have another very historic moment which is happening, which is we're going to sign MOUs with a few Web3 companies. So I'll call out the names and I would request the teams to please come on stage to sign the MOUs with Mr. Jayesh, Ranjan sir and Rama, Devi, Lanka ma'am. First, we have Polygon. So as you know, Polygon is a decentralized Ethereum scaling platform that enables developers to build scalable, user-friendly apps with essentially low transaction fees. Please come on stage. Huge round of applause. Thank you. Next, we have Keynote Global. So, Keynote Global is, in fact, one of the most prominent VC funds in India globally. They have a portfolio as Solana, Polygon, and Push Protocol. So glad to have you on stage. We all eating breakfast, I'm sure we can clap louder. Thank you so much. Next, we have Blockchain Lawyer. Blockchain Lawyer is essentially a legal service focused on blockchain. Please come on stage. All the best, thank you. Next, we have Quill Audits. Quill Audits is essentially a smart contract audits and digital service. Welcome on stage. Next, we have IDF, which is the India Blockchain Forum. India Blockchain Forum is essentially a community of influencers in the blockchain industry. Their idea is essentially to make India the next powerhouse for blockchain. Next, of course, we have Devfolio. I don't think I need to give an introduction now, but we have Ranjan and Devi from Devfolio. Huge round of applause. Next, we have a homegrown team, Hyderabad DAO. Hyderabad DAO is one of the largest Web3 communities of Hyderabad, and I'm sure they're going to be the largest community in the world. Thank you so much, and thank you all the companies for please coming in. This is definitely a very historic moment, signing the MOUs. Now I request Mr. Jayesh Ranjan sir to please come on stage and say a few words.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all the participants. First of all, my gratitude to Devfolio, to Denver, to Divyanshu, all their colleagues for bringing this event to Hyderabad. And I do hope that looking at the response and looking at the support that the government has offered, looking at the kind of infrastructure and the ease with which you can organize events here, I'm sure you'll think of bringing the larger events, ETHIndia and also DevCon, possibly in the future, to Hyderabad as well. That will indeed be historic. But nevertheless, I'm very happy that the entire Web3 ecosystem is represented in this ETHforAll event. There are, of course, a large number of developers. But I also see lots of VCs, ecosystem enablers, people from academic institutions, of course, all of us from the government. So, indeed, everyone have understood three things have happened. One is that we have launched the first cohort of our Web3 regulatory sandbox. My congratulations to the 8 startups who have the privilege of being the part of the first cohort. We will be running 2 cohorts every year, approximately for about 6 months, and I do hope that the first cohort sets very high standards, and thereby the quality of this sandbox really goes up very, very significantly. As some of you will recall, we had also mentioned it when the announcement for this Web3 sandbox, regulatory sandbox was made. This idea struck us roughly about 6 months ago, actually in May, when we were in Davos. I was participating in a Web3 event, a blockchain event actually, where I learned some speakers mention that India has great blockchain talent, but most of the Web3 work is actually happening outside India. Some of the best developers are founding their companies, setting up their companies either in Dubai or in Singapore, and there is people are fleeing India, so to say. So, and then I kind of asked around, why is it that people are fleeing India? What is it that we are not able to offer? And the most common answer was that you are not able to offer regulatory certainty. And then when I came back, I spoke to some VCs who are into Web3 and lots of other local experts, domain experts, some of whom are here, people like Pankaj, Prasanna. They also told us that the biggest pushback is coming related to crypto. As all of us know, the Reserve Bank of India in particular has their views on crypto. It would be possibly right, but I guess we also need to understand the global experiences, understand how checks and balances can be instituted, and still we allow this particular domain to flourish. But regardless, there are other nuances in the larger Web3 which also cannot be equated with crypto. I mean, that world is different. While the bottom line technology remains the same, but definitely things like NFTs, tokens, etc., are things which are completely, I mean, there's nothing very kind of objectionable, if one were to say or use that word, as compared to crypto. But to paint everything in the same brush, to put roadblocks for everything, possibly is not the best way in which new technologies are advanced in our country. So we discussed this with our minister, Mr. Rama. Incidentally was to come here, but today he's replying to the motion of thanks to the governor's address in the assembly. So almost since morning he's speaking in the assembly. But he has conveyed his good wishes for the success of this event. But to get back to the story, when we briefed him about how the Web3 world is emerging, he was instantly very receptive to this idea that we should, as a state government, offer that kind of regulatory comfort. And therefore, this idea of putting together a sandbox has come. So we do hope that the 8 companies who are part of the first cohort, their solutions, they will inform the regulators on what kind of policies are required, what kind of policies need to be tweaked or modified. If there is something which the states need to respond to, as a progressive government, we will be one of the first ones to introduce new pieces of reform and legislation. If there is any regulation which comes within the ambit of national regulatory bodies, we will work with them. We have already sounded out all the important regulators of the country. And I'm very happy to share with you that the biggest, what we apprehend could have been the biggest roadblock, which is the Reserve Bank of India. They have also shown interest in studying this regulatory sandbox. In fact, they have written to us formally that case by case, we will be participating in the regulatory sandbox activities also. So that's a very positive signal. Even other regulators, financial sector regulators, real estate regulators, and others have given their consent and willingness to be a part of it. So that is, as I said, something very, very positive. So this is one good thing which has kick-started today. And of course, those 8 companies who come out with a very viable solution, we will obviously scale it up within our state. We will help them get the doors opened in other governments, in other states, and eventually whatever else they want us to help them with, we'll always be there. We have run multiple programs in emerging technologies, and one of the responses that we get typically from the participants is that the state government in Telangana backs them to the hilt. Whatever it takes to help them scale up their business, get more market access, and it is not confined market access within the government agencies. If they want us to speak to some private B2B customer, potential customer, we are always willing to do that. So that's the kind of reputation we have built. And I'm very sure that the 8 companies who are part of this first cohort, their experiences will be no different. The second good thing which is happening today is that you just witnessed that we have signed MOUs with how many? 7 or 8? 7, with 7 partners, which again is a wonderful thing because we are eventually, as my colleague Rama Devi mentioned, our interest is to deepen the ecosystem of any new technology which eventually has a potential of solving the pain points of common people. And looking at the profiles of these 7 companies with whom we are partnering from now onwards, each of them have a very strong track record, a very strong presence in the Web3 domain, and partnership with us, that is the Telangana government, will definitely be a win-win kind of a situation. They will be able to access multiple other opportunities which the presence and the force of the government can provide to them. And we will be getting their support in some of the tactical areas that my colleague mentioned on deepening the ecosystem, creating talent, bringing out newer use cases, and showing to the world that new generation technologies like Web3 has enormous potential, and we should all encourage rather than putting roadblocks and challenges on in their way. And of course, the third very important thing which is happening, I guess that is what people are really looking forward to, is the hackathon, ETHforAll Hackathon. And I was really pleasantly surprised when my colleagues told me that 8,000 people have registered. I mean, this is humongous, and I'm sure this is going to create a big buzz in the community. The hackathon, which has 8,000 participants, we are bound to get some extremely high quality ideas. And I'm also very delighted that this is focused on public goods, this is focused on governance, because in our state's DNA, many of you would know of our Chief Minister and would have lots of admiration for our Chief Minister. But I can share one thing, he's not very hands-on with technology, let me confess to you. The way our IT Minister is, the Chief Minister is not that hands-on. He does have a broad understanding, but suppose I go and tell him that Web3 is making waves, he'll be kind of lost on what Web3 is. But he has a very practical view of technology. See, as you know, Telangana has been winning accolades in our IT prowess, in our new kind of developments. My colleague just now mentioned that we became the first state in the country, the first government in the country to actually demonstrate remote voting or e-voting. Blockchain played a very important role in securing the votes, etc. So whenever we get such recognition and tell him that this is what we are getting recognized for, or this is our achievements, we always ask a very practical question. And this question is, how will this technology help the common person? What kind of social impact will this technology have? So right from day one, because he has been asking this question again and again and again, this has become our DNA. That whatever technology we encourage, unless it helps the needs of the common person, it is futile in our eyes. So I'm very happy that this hackathon focuses on public goods, on good governance, etc. And as was pointed out, this is something which is extremely well aligned with our ethos as well. So I look forward to the results of this hackathon, of the 8,000 people who are participating, whoever comes up with good ideas which are relevant to us. We'll be very happy to give them an opportunity and take their ideas forward. So good wishes to all the 8,000 people or teams who are going to spend time and come up with some good ideas and implementable solutions. And once again, gratitude and appreciation for Devfolio for putting together this event and giving us a chance to sign MOUs, announce the cohort. This is not integral to their event, but they kind of gave us this opportunity to use this platform and make these announcements so public so that everyone appreciates the depth of our activities in the Telangana government. Once again, thank you very much for inviting us. Good wishes to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those words. Before we move to the next segment, I just want to say a few words, which is essentially what I believe is, when great forces come together and they decide to work on one vision, great things can happen, right? And the fact that so many of us have come here on a Saturday, whether it's VCs, whether it's builders, whether it's ecosystem partners and it's the government, I for sure know that something great is going to happen. The good part is this is the start of the year, right? And the first thing we kick off 2023 is with an in-real event with the government, with MOUs being signed, right? And sir is absolutely right. We don't need to go outside, right? We can build a great ecosystem within India itself. And why India? It should be Hyderabad, right? So Srijan, we may need to shift our HQ to Hyderabad. But jokes aside, I just thank everyone. It's a long list of people to thank, so apologies if I miss out on someone, but definitely would like to thank all the partners. IBF, Hyderabad DAO, Taxnode, Westbook. We also have ZepPay and MyEconomy. We also have people from Graph, Filecoin, BWA, EOM, Web3 Conference, and Lookup. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being here. Now we move on to the next, which is a panel discussion. We have Prasanna from IBF. I request you to please come on stage. The discussion is essentially about what we all have come here for, public goods and governance. Prasanna, over to you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for all the MOUs and some of those first cohort participant startups. Great to see the gesture of Telangana government how they are leading this wave of Web3 adoption in India. And that will set an example for other states to follow, and ultimately it should boil down to the central government to look at actual adoption of India the way other countries are doing. We should be always ahead of adoption of technologies and relevant use cases for ultimate citizens out there. So I invite Honorable Jayesh sir on the dais, our panel member, followed by Avinash Shekhar Taxnode. We have Anirudh and Kian. Yeah, wonderful gathering, and we have such a experienced panel out here. Starting with the way we have seen last 20-25 years. The one internet came out live back in 1995, at least in India. Our coders ecosystem, and I've been fond of coding. I have written n number of programs, hello words in Java, hello words in Python, and so on. The world has moved from Web 2 to Web 3. And good to see that how governments, the prominent use case makers are adopting, because it's a mass scale adoption for any of those countries. So Web 2 brings a lot of challenges the way we have seen a lot of innovations also. Good to see that some of those innovations that Indian government is bringing in central bank digital currency, or furthermore account aggregator, and furthermore how Telangana government is bringing a lot of use cases, which you said good examples. How do we bring on governance and the public sector use cases for our citizens out there? My first question to Honorable Jayesh sir, we have seen not only in India but outside of India, countries like Dubai, Estonia, or Switzerland, they are bringing a lot of use cases for a public good. And the way we see and the way we have seen in Indian context, my personal example, when I wanted to do a land title transition from one person to another person in my own family, it took more than 6 to 7 months. Right? The way we do UPI transaction on the fly, the way we send messages on the fly on WhatsApp, and the way we used to send messages something back in 90s, it would take days together. And I think we need to see how other countries have adopted for ODE, like open data ecosystems, or national open data ecosystem in India. Let's look at how, which are those public use cases will be really helpful. So, sir, if you can guide us how blockchain and Web3 can be really helpful, and how this sandbox is really going to help to startups and the overall adoption of ecosystem with the region, that the way we see a lot of startups come out of India, go to the UAE and other countries who are adopting Web3 relevant regulations. We are looking forward for your guidance and your leadership so that Telangana becomes a hub, rather India's hub, and which can really guide other states to bring on. So, which are those use cases and how this private sandbox is guiding us?
Thank you. Greetings to fellow panelists. See, I'll continue with the example that you mentioned about land registration, land transfer, land registration, etc. So I completely agree with you that one of the reasons why governments have such a poor credibility and poor reputation across the country is because of this particular thing. So one of the areas where governments typically would end up with extremely poor citizens' ratings and reputation. Technology has become a very important enabler to change all that. And in Hyderabad, in Telangana, we have also reformed the sector quite a lot. In fact, we have started something. I mean, it's already implemented, which is called Dharani. It's a very major reform in which you just need to book a slot online beforehand, and on the assigned time, and the number of offices where you can do these transactions, these have been increased. Every revenue office now is empowered to conduct Dharani transactions based on the slot that is given to you. If the buyer and the seller, it could be your family member, it could be someone else. If the two of you appear there with some identification document, and the biometric confirms your identity, within a minute or maybe less than a minute, the transaction is done. But not just the transaction is done, all the changes, some of you may or may not know this, the maps which are used in the country, the land maps, originally were prepared by Lord Cornwallis, I think in 1932. So almost 100-year-old land maps have been used with, of course, by carrying out all the changes and mutations which are going on. So every aspect of the new title, the fact that earlier you were having X extent, it has gone down by X minus something. Everything is reflected. Even the document that you will need tomorrow to pledge that land, suppose you want to raise a loan, etc. Multiple changes happen simultaneously. The reliance on middlemen, etc. is gone. And of course, the land records are secured using blockchain, which is a very common feature in most of the states in the country today. Blockchain has been utilized pretty effectively in ensuring that there is no, in Hindi they use the word hera-feri, so there is no hera-feri in this land transaction. So we have carried out this very fundamental kind of reform. And many other states have done similar things. So this is one very good use case in which technology has solved a very kind of a persistent pain point of common citizens.
Yeah, excellent, sir. I think that will follow, as you rightly said, there are other state governments who are looking at some kind of use cases. In my view, when somebody takes a birth, right, sees then the overall journey of every citizen can really come off any of those technology parts. So you do see that AI is almost naturally to system where we have health records being utilized for incentives. And similarly, I think blockchain can also really take this overall innovation to the next level. But I think looking at overall adoption of technology, sometimes technology is a challenge. The challenge comes around what is the policy around that, what is the governance around that. We have expert panels out here. I think this panel is placed with the three lawyer experts, right? We have Varun, we have Avinash also there. Varun, what's your view, right? Where you've been seeing, you are one of those pioneer bringing digital assets, crypto and law around that, studying this. So how this whole momentum is happening? You can take this land registration example and you can explain so that our young champions out there look at whenever they are bringing on any of those innovations, they should not miss out. Apart from technology, there is angle of regulation, compliance, and policy.
Sure. So first of all, I want to congratulate the Telangana government for the endeavors that it's making in the land registry records. Now, since I have studied more than 76 jurisdictions in the world, primarily from a blockchain legal regulatory perspective, so this is something that can be very relevant and precise to what Telangana has already done, and it can build upon it. So, Her Majesty's Land Registry Record, which is like UK's land registry government office, it has tied up with R3 blockchain product and has come up with a project called Digital Street. Now this Digital Street is a very specific project which is primarily focused on onboarding the land registry records on a blockchain ecosystem. And it is relevant from this perspective that it already has 4 trillion pounds worth of land value being captured in a traditional form which they are now bringing onto blockchain. In addition to that, we also have 1 trillion pounds worth of mortgages. Now in India, we generally buy lands against a bank loan. So the mortgage part can be put on blockchain to bring up a better use case for it. In addition to that, why these numbers are relevant? Because they constitute about 85% of the total land mass in England and Wales. And it also has about 25 million land titles. So this is the volume of data under this project that they are blockchainizing. So this can be a valid use case or maybe a reference point, because this is a problem not just of Telangana or India. This is a challenge as well as an opportunity for governments across the world. They want to blockchainize land records, however, the methodology is still sort of work in progress. So this is one use case that you can think of, maybe a reference point can be taken and things can be built by.
I think wonderful. The way you have explained for one use case, so it's appeal for all the cohort members and upcoming those 8,000 developers. It's not only blockchain or Ethereum or some platform you are building, it's something right use case you are building. So take advantage of some of our mentors at the cohort, which can always guide you to build your innovations on the right direction for a mass and larger adoption. So, so we have Varun out here. So thank you, Varun, for this. So you've been one of those pioneers for crypto. You are one of those guys who has to build one of few of those crypto exchanges out here. And apart from that, you know how the overall Web3 adoption is happening. You have seen up and downs and the way we see the future of Web3, and one of those prominent use cases is around digital assets. So Web3 is not only something blockchain, but there are other facts like DAOs, digital identity, DeFis. It will be very supported by AI and furthermore other technologies. While we build on 5G, you may see how metaverse will become another interface apart from mobility or wearables. So how the moment is happening, and we've been innovative, what we have seen past, what's coming tomorrow, what's your guidance for us?
I just want to step back and kind of take that to talk a little more about what I see in the future. But I think one fundamental policy challenge that we're facing today, the adoption of blockchain for public good, despite best intentions, I think goes back to a narrative that has been kind of misrepresented or wrongly built over many years. And that I typically describe it as blockchain good, crypto bad, that narrative. And by the way, I'm not here at all trying to articulate a case for why, I'm not trying to build out a case for trading, etc. But I truly be tapped by us adopting or building use cases on public networks and not limiting that to private networks. That, unfortunately, is something that has been sidelined. Governments, particularly in India but elsewhere also, both central and at the state level, a lot of applications that are today being built out are being built out with a preference for private networks. The challenge for that, if I could just kind of take a layman analogy, is akin to us wanting to build out our own operating system and then trying to build out an application on top of it. The government is not in a structure and then keep and in a committed fashion. So I think that narrative maybe needs to change. And obviously there are valid concerns, right? Concerns around security, control, consensus, governance. I think the government, even in the Web2 space, does rely on third parties very often for building massive public use applications, whether it is Aadhaar, etc. The same can also be done in the Web3 space. Of course, it is challenging, but it's worth committing ourselves to doing that. So I hope that narrative changes over a period of time. And I think a lot of the policy considerations, policy challenges today stem from that narrative. I think if that changes, the government will truly be able to benefit from or unlock the potential of blockchain technology, because then you can focus on building applications that are scalable, that are being, and the underlying infrastructure is left to be able to do it.
Wonderful guidance. And as well as you mentioned about policy, control, security controls, and how we really bring right uses for government. Avinash, you must have agreed with me, and you have seen the momentum of bringing digital assets in India as one of the start here, and followed by there are some gaps which we identified and come up with the text, right? So, how was your journey so far, and what's your guidance for young folks out here?
Thanks. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Telangana government because I think Telangana government is setting a very high mark for other states and so actually, there are blockchain and crypto cannot be and should not be separated. So it's a new technology. I think what we have to understand is that there is a way, and we need to find a way where you can align regulation and innovation, and aligns privacy and transparency. And I think blockchain technology along with crypto provides a very, very wonderful platform to achieve the seemingly opposite objectives. So that is one. Second is that I want to convey to the larger audience is that crypto and blockchain is not a get quick rich scheme. You really need to work hard on that. Also, we also need to keep not following the law or opposing the local laws. What we need to build is that how we can wherever let's say there are gray areas, how can we work with the government wherever those gray areas are, we can solve it in a way where we keep the bad people out. Because in any new technology there are some bad people get attracted. So how do we keep those bad people out? But at the same time giving significant amount of independence to people who are really trying to build. They will make mistakes as the laws are not clear. But at the same time, for example, paying taxes. I know a large number of people who think that taxes are not applicable on crypto or government will not come to know about it if I'm actually making profit in crypto and not paying tax. So that is something which we have to pay tax, we should pay tax. There are certain grey areas where we should be working with the government to come up with a constructive evaluation.
Yeah, wonderful. The way we have seen how Dubai or other smaller countries has less number of challenge, and it's easy for them to come up with these kind of regulations for mass adoptions. I think India is full of lot of intellectual guys out there. And what is your recommendation? A positive recommendation towards how can we move forward so that we should not miss out those transactions also. For example, RBI keeps trying to UPI, IMPS these transactions. But if you go on to the metaverse, this transaction today happens with their from NFT, which is backed by their crypto or some other ways. And in my experience, MasterCard, Visa also would like to be part of that, and they're experiencing apart from NFT, which are the traditional mechanisms we should bring on. So that's the way which is happening globally. But bringing it out to the India, right? So here RBI also Italy would not like to miss out that railroad. So what's your positive recommendations on digital asset kind of projects?
I think the first step is always a conference like this where you get an opportunity sitting with the government to speak about virtual digital assets. This rarely happens. If I look at your examples of why those countries are primarily sort of India's heterogeneous population. So every state has its own ethos, own cultures. It will take time to have a central level policy that encompasses all aspects of blockchain and virtual digital asset compliances. However, we can still draw inferences from other jurisdictions in the world. Singapore actually came up with ICO guidelines. As an example, the world's biggest cryptocurrency exchange, Binance, actually exited Singapore despite the ICO guidelines being available. That goes to show that it's not meant for everyone. Whereas Liquid.com, which is a Japanese exchange, got the license in Singapore. Similarly, specifically talking about, just to be specifically researched about how they implemented it, given the fact that the federal government at the US level is actually not very pro-crypto. So there's a mechanism, there's a method to this madness. What they did was that they first of all amended the property law and they defined cryptos and digital asset as property. scale, and then they implemented those 13 blockchain laws. They came up with definition of smart contracts online. However, it's only based on how we draft the business model use case experimental by government. It's completely online process. The same thing can be implemented. It has nothing to do with companies. So those things are there. I think our recommendation to the Telangana government would be maybe we can help you with understanding how Biomin has done it, how Dubai has done it, and we can implement and customize those solutions. Your status.
So we have Ian eagerly waiting for us. So Ian, how just to support our, in your opinions, how globally it's happening, how Sino Capital is helping part of the Web3 ecosystems, how you guys are helping to start
with such forward-thinking government stakeholders and with such forward-thinking government stakeholders and regulators. I think a lot of times the industry and regulators don't see eye to eye, and I think something like a Sandbox is super important to help us see eye to eye and gain trust. I think if you look at kind of the regulators, think about this in kind of the land registry scenario that we talked about. So of course we know if you put land titles on a blockchain, it becomes more efficient. It becomes more transparent. There's kind of less cost going end to end. One thing I think that people don't talk about is the build to query that they have a very broad view of the market. Whereas an entrepreneur, you will have a narrow but deep view of the market. That means a lot of the time, an entrepreneur that's very deep might not see lessons from other verticals. It could be very interesting to their product, to pivot their product or something like that. So we did quite a lot in that. I would say the last piece I want to mention and why we're here today is regulator engagement. And it's going from adversarial to partnership with regulators. And just helping kind of be that bridge, whether that bridge is kind of, Web 2, Web 3, or it's, international in some way. We want to be there to help facilitate these conversations. And it's just awesome to have amazing partners at the government level who are willing to go to bat for us at the state level, at the federal level. Excited to see what comes out of this because I think it's going in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you. I think very good guidance. Anirudh, you have started some of the things from scratch, and you must have seen that whole momentum whenever you have to start from scratch. There are a lot of challenges, a lot of learnings. And we have a lot of young crowd out there at that. And what is your message and guidance to them so that they should not repeat the same learnings, and those learnings can become good for them in their journey?
Well, I think just a little bit of background as well as thinking at how we are a technology-focused client policy firm. So we only do technology, but within tech, we focus on a number. We particularly better known for our work in emerging tech, right? So whether it's pioneering work in the blockchain crypto space, or the space tech, aerospace, drones, etc. These are the kind of verticals that we develop over and over. And I think that's what we build a reputation for. And I think, of course, this room has people who are obviously forward lookers, looking at emerging technology, obviously use cases that would make sense, 5 years hence. I think the way we kind of developed this and got entrenched into this 5, 6, 7 years ago, when early days of the industry, was that we've always, had a very, very sharp focus. Right? Like for example, as a law firm, we don't tread beyond technology at all. Within technology also, we think of ourselves actually as investors, right, who are taking a bet on one industry that we hope will kind of grow over a period of time. And we commit time, not capital, this firm does, but we commit time to building that deep capability in that narrow space. So I think in any emerging, evolving technology like center like this, it is very important, one, to have patience, both in terms of capital deployment, in terms of capability building. You have to really stay put, right, for the long run. The industry, like the crypto industry, the blockchain industry, has gone through so many cycles already, and we're seeing another as we speak, right? So, and always through these cycles, there's a churn that will happen. You will have the kind of riff-raff being moved aside, and the people who stick out are building fundamentally, working fundamentally in trying to solve a problem, will stay on and will build something big. So I think that's the approach we've taken. and I urge others to.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we are almost in closure of broad panel discussion. Jayesh sir, we have seen a lot of adoption of blockchain, artificial intelligence, drones. I think this is a state which other states looks at for emerging technology adoptions. And the way we have started this Web3 Sandbox, we are now the pioneer state to bring on the Web3 innovations. And Web3 is something we will remember for next 8-15 years as long as Web5 comes or 5G becomes 6G by 2030. Every industry is looking forward for taking them from next one orbit to the next orbit. So what's your vision for US government which is backed by all these emerging techs? So that is guidance and some kind of discipline which we can bring as startups, corporates, India Blockchain Forum and many other partners who are part of this forum program. So that we always remember that thought process and your guidance for years to come.
Yeah, so before I answer that question, I'd like to pick up some of the points which other panelists have spoken about, particularly on policies and regulation. So, first of all, I'm grateful that many of them have offered to help us, guide us in our future endeavors. We'll be very happy to speak to them offline and kind of identify areas where we can take this support. But when we look at Web3, and the kind of, when I was speaking earlier, I spoke about the regulatory uncertainty which is driving people away. In fact, there are two things, and as for the past 1 week we have seen something very catastrophic happening in the financial markets, how a large business conglomerate, it is now very evident that they have kind of overvalued their shares, they have got friendly financial institutions pump money, and they have misused their proximity to the government, etc., etc. Many people are now questioning why were the regulators silent all the while. But we also need to check whether the regulatory authorities really have the capacity to detect this very high levels of complicity and fraud and all that, and possibly, and again, the phenomena. So some of the pushback, etc., which comes, perhaps is also because the regulatory authorities don't have capacity to act in time. And at the end, thousands of ordinary investors, they kind of get hit very, very badly. But it also, this is also precisely one of the reasons why we have chosen to start this sandbox. What are the gray areas? How do you build in those kind of internal checks and balances? Till what point can you push the envelope? Mr. Avinash has spoken about the red line that you should not cross. Where is that red line? How do you understand, or how do you improve our understanding of that red line? In this first cohort, as when the names were announced, you won't have got a complete sense of which are these 8 companies who are going to be a part of this cohort. But I can be candid and let you know that in the first cohort, while we did receive applications from many who are into crypto, into trading, crypto exchanges, etc., we have kind of kept them out from the first cohort. We want to kind of test the waters with subjects which are not extremely confrontational. We want to kind of build our own credibility of the sandbox. But at some point in time, we would very much like to address those issues also, completely square on the chin, and understand what kind of, and very interesting for you to tell that in the state of Wyoming, they kind of found a loophole through which digital assets are introduced in the state's ambit as being defined as a property. So we would like to learn about some of these global experiences as well. But it is not to say that things will remain gloomy forever in our country. I mentioned in my opening speech that Reserve Bank of India has agreed to become a part of our sandbox on a case-to-case basis. This, in my opinion, is monumental, because someone who is pushing back so much for them to kind of come forward and say that we'll support the sandbox on case-to-case basis is an important decision. Also, the fact that they have recently introduced digital rupee, the digital currency, shows that some kind of thinking is going on. In successive budgets, the budget which was introduced 2 days ago by the national government, the budgets which was introduced last year, they have admitted that people trade in cryptos, they make profits, and so they're not outlawing it or banning it. It's just through consultation, negotiation, and possibly something which we are doing here, the Sandbox experience. We can inform correct policy making, decide what is legal, what is permissible, and how to most importantly create checks and balances. And how do you get red flags raised in time? That is, in my opinion, very fundamental. But to give a very quick answer to what you had originally asked of how we look at this landscape, you would have understood by now that we have a dedicated wing in the government which is called the Emerging Technologies Wing. This is their mandate to keep scouting for new generation technologies, even if it is something which is at a very nascent stage. If there is a public good at the end of it, to bring it to Telangana, encourage the ecosystem to emerge here in Hyderabad, we'll continue to do so.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think wonderful discussion, and viewers must have carried a lot of learnings. The way we always see any success of any of this regulatory sandbox, what is required is a vision. And we are pretty clear with the vision today. Jayesh has guided. The vision supported by good use cases, vision supported by good partners, vision supported by good blockchain companies, vision supported by good policies, vision supported by other collaborations with RBI, IFSCA, and global collaboration. So thank you so much, sir, and all panelists for bringing on this wonderful panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Hey, yeah, okay, this works. So for the next segment, before we begin that, and thanks panel for coming down for this very interesting discussion. I just like to call Mohit Goel from Akshaya. They've partnered with Vikas Khanna, who all of you know is a 6-time Michelin chef. So after 7 years of research, he released this physical fidgetal rather, NFT. And the book is called Sacred Food of India. I'd also request Mr. Jayesh Ranjan sir to please come on stage. So Sacred Food of India is essentially the holy kitchens of India, which is about feeding all of India. And they wanted to give this to the Telangana government. It's a 20 kg book, and the paper comes from Japan. It's about 400 years. The ink inside is from Germany. It's edible ink, and it's 24 karat gold plated.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity to come. Hi guys, I am Mohit Goel. I am CEO of Metaverse. We have recently partnered with Akshaya, NFT, and Metaverse, one of the biggest company in USA, working on digital transformation based on industry use cases, applications, transforming from Web 2 to Web 3.0. And we have recently even partnered with Vikas Khanna. The beauty of this book is it's a 20 pages book, quoted by Sandalwood. Each and every paper inside is being imported from Japan, which is a guarantee for 400 years. The ink inside is sourced from Germany. It's an edible ink. The whole book is quoted with 24-karat gold plated. Few of the members who are holding this book is Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, Padma Shri Amitabh Bachchan, owns, and we wanted to gift it to her.
Thank you.
Please,
Thank you so much. I know it's quite heavy. I just request all the GC members and the advisory group to head.
One important thing, so this is an NFT. This is the first ever digital NFT. It's got an NFC card here, which you scan it and you can take it over your mobile, over your VR experiences, immersive experiences, and you can actually see that Holy Kitchens, all the food which is being getting manufactured in an immersive experience. So it's a wonderful website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I just request all the GC members and the advisory group to head to the third floor conference hall for the brainstorming session. It's on the Telangana Web3 Regulatory Sandbox. Parallelly, we'll be having the ETHforAll partner showcase now. So from our side, we also have a small gift. So General, I request you please come and see it in the view.
So third floor conference room. Third floor conference room.
A big thank you. Just a quick announcement. We would request the GC members and the advisory group to head to the third floor conference hall for the brainstorming session. I request you now. And now we're just starting with the ETHforAll partner showcase. Post that, we'll be breaking for lunch and then we'll come back. I request the rest of the audience, I know everyone's quite hungry, but just about 15 minutes, we just like to walk you through all the partners that we have, and then we'll be on.
ఫోన్ చూస్తున్నా అప్పటి నుంచి
We'll be starting with our partner showcase. This is about a 45-minute segment, and then we'll break for lunch. Aniket, over to you.
folks. We'll be starting with the kickoff for the hackathon, where I'll be covering a few things about the hackathon, the partners, the prizes that are up for grabs. So request everyone to get settled. The sooner we start, the better it is. Folks, I'm going to go ahead and restart talking about the hackathon. So, helping you basically build if you need any mentorship. We have a few sessions which you'll also find in your hackers guide. I'll be showing the link forward. And then 19th Feb is when the project submission deadline is, and that's going to be a hard deadline. So I would really suggest that starting today, you will start planning out how you want to break down the next 2 weeks. Into splitting it into getting good clarity on your idea or feedback, and then spending the rest of the time fleshing it out and building. And on 24th Feb, we're going to be doing the closing ceremony where we'll be announcing the winners. We have already sent out emails, but in case you have not joined our Discord, the Devfolio Discord has the ETHforAll category. So that is going to be the virtual venue of the hackathon. So in case if you have not joined the Discord yet, you can scan this QR code and you will find an ETHforAll landing channel. This link will sort of lead you there. So please make sure that you're on our Discord, because that is where team formations, other activities, even discussions and all of our partners are also onboarded onto the Discord. So you can, if you're let's say building on Polygon, then you can tag people from Polygon. After completing the stake, there's a check-in process. Everything's there on the platform itself, but it's also good to go through the hackers guide to get more clarity. And then over here, we'll be dumping all the resources, all the next steps, the calendar, so on and so forth. So this is going to be a single source of truth for all things ETHforAll. Yep. And I believe we can now start with the partner showcase. So now we are going to be talking about the partners and the boundaries that are up for grabs. So first off, would like to thank all our partners for the hackathon who have sort of brought in bounties, to the hackathon for hackers to build on. So just quickly taking names of all our partners, we have Grants now, Filecoin, Polygon, LivePeer, StakeDAO, Uniswap, Mantle, Chainlink, Superfluid, The Graph, Consensus, Arcana, Byconomy, Connext, QuickNote, Push Protocol, the DApp list, and Polydap. First off, we have Grants DAO. So first of all, you can find all the prizes on the ETHforAll site. So ETHforAll.devfolio.co/prizes. You can find all the prizes over there. So for Aave, I'll just be reading this one out. So there is a total of $5,000 of. There would be one prize for that, and that would be $2,500. Next up from Filecoin, we have Piyush with us. Piyush.
Everyone, I will give you the maths, but before that, let me give you the brief insights on Hackathon. So basically, I was here today the Lanka, where we made the HTTP keyword. It's running innovation based redressing, incident-based redressing. Then we have Python, which is the world's largest decentralized organization. And the virtual machine is an algorithm which is layer code on Python, where you will have a smart capacity, what you have in Ethereum. So these all solutions you can build out of Ethereum. Then specifically perpetual storages and trustless reputation system, data DAOs, database, all chain voting kind of mechanism can be built out of 108.5K each, and we have a pool price of $5.5K, which can be distributed to 20, around $350 per team. Judging criteria, you already will have the same criteria, right? Potential impact, novelty or PDE, APM, 5-point cloud implementation. So in general, the commons is our initiative for protocol assets, where you can check out commons.io, through which you will get a lot of information how you can build a common funding good, and B, how you can build a good that can create a positive impact, as well as how that public good can have altogether. In general, because public goods are free, but how you can generate revenue out of public goods. So you can find more on this website. You can scan it if you want. It's available on fundingcommons.io. That's it. You can even check out the APM hack on cheat sheet to build it out in the site. Thank you.
Thanks Piyush for explaining the bounty structure. I think we have someone from Polygon, but we'll be getting them soon. Next, bounties by LivePeer. So there's a total of $2,000 that is up for grabs, and there is you just have to build on top of LivePeer, and the best video application wins $2,000 from LivePeer. Next up, Mantle. So we have a recording which has been sent. So I'm just gonna
were 6 awesome bounties for you guys to hack on. First one is the best DeFi project, where 2 teams will win $1,250 each. Best NFT project, where 2 teams will win $1,250 each. Best gaming project, where 2 teams will also win $1,250 each. Best developer infrastructure, where 2 teams will win $1,250 each. I'm pretty excited for developer infrastructure. If you guys want to make an NFT minter, that will also mantle, that'll be awesome. Best UX, 2 teams will win $1,250 each. We understand that crypto is not really user-friendly, so if you could streamline the process, that would be amazing. And for you guys who care about public goods, we have a whole category dedicated to you guys. Best public goods category, where 2 teams will win $1,250 each. Thank you, and good luck.
So as mentioned, again, while you were able to understand the boundaries over here, you can again, if you wish to revisit the details, you can go to ETHforAll.devfolio.co, that's the website, and go to the prices tab, find details. Next up, we also have a video from Chain. So I'm just going to click here.
What's going on? Chain. All events, we have a bounty for you. What is the bounty? It's $5,000 split between the top 5 projects. Use a chain service in their entry. What does it mean to use chain service? Well, it means to use something like automation, data feeds, via and make an on-chain change one of those products. So you can change something within a blockchain to do that. How do you do that? How do you find out how to use our products? Well, the best place to go is the documentation. It's the first place you can start anything chain with. And we also have some starter dates available if you want to without getting your project started. I look forward to seeing your entries, and I'll get you soon.
Right, that was cheating. So now we have a video I used to do it.
ETHforAll hackers is the Sandbox super fluid. We're super excited to be sponsoring this month's hackathon. So we have 4 general categories for you. The first, the ETHforAll project tutorial or example application that you can use. And the final category is a demo of full price. We're super excited to be here. We're thrilled to.
3, we can't do amazing projects you're creating. As many of you already know, the graph is anyone creating a fully decentralized and serverless application. You can learn more about the graph and how to create your own open API tailored to the data requirements of your application during a workshop we'll be hosting during this hackathon. So please check the hackathon schedule details. I also want you to visit thegraph.com to learn more about the graph and using subgraphs to find your data. The hackathon is awarding 1,000 advanced across 2 main categories. The first category is best new subgraph, and the second category is best exist subgraph. So good luck. I encourage everyone to think outside the box and come up with something creative and innovative. Use subgraphs. Be happy.
Amazing round of applause. There's $70,000 on your graphs. Right. So from consensus, we have 2 hacks. In the companies, first is for fuel.
Hi there, I'm Tia, one developer advocate at Bouncy Snaps. I'm excited to introduce 2 Bouncy Snaps bounties for the ETHforAll hackathon. The first bounty for $1,000 and will be split between the top teams who build hard wallet series or transaction equivalent inside MetaMask. The second bounty will also be $1,000 and will be split between up to 2 teams to develop any novel way to extend or customize the MetaMask wallet experience. What does it mean to build a wallet? Well,
developer advocate at Devfolio and ETHIndia. So you can find our optimism boxes underneath trufflesweet.com/boxes. I look forward to seeing your submissions. Good luck. I'm really excited.
Yes, can we have a round of applause, please? Cool. Next up, we have the Canon team over here. We have best Bridget and taking an existing protocol exchange. So yeah, that's for the general track. And there's a use case track as well. So you take an existing DAO exchange or create an exchange DAO using the Zodiac Connects module, and there's a $1,000 bounty for that as well. And then there is also a separate track for resource and tooling. So DeFi Llama adapter, so you have to submit a PR, a Connects adapter. Sorry about that. And canonical example of nested XCall, so there's like $500 bounty attached to it. So you need to demonstrate a cool or useful example of nested XCalls. Right, next we have QuickNode. So QuickNode also has 3 tracks. So the first track would be built on QuickNode RPC. So the best projects built using QuickNode RPC, there's $3,000 in prizes, and there are three projects that will be selected. Each of them getting $1,000. Then we have NFT API. $1,000 will be rewarded to the best use of NFT API, and the third track is the token API, which has also $1,000 in bounties. Push protocol, so there are 2 challenges over here. It's going to be 1 track only, submit to 1 track, but there are 2 challenges basically. Challenge 1 is either you build a game app or payment app using push notification and push chat. And challenge 2 would be the best UX. And there are 3 different prizes that are up for grabs, totally to best user experience wins $1,000, that is for the second challenge, and for the prize for the first challenge is another $1,000 for best game or payment app using push notification and push chat. Last but not least, we have Polyrap with us. Polyrap, there is only 1 track. You apply for the Polyrap track in case you're using it, and then there is 3 prizes: best Polyrap integration or a best new wrapper. Each of them having $500 each, and then there's a prize pool of $1,000. And any all the sponsors partner showcase. Can we have a round of applause for all of them? Giving you $70,000 to win, right? Like, participate in these hackathons, you win some bounties, and then महीने का खर्चा निकलता है.
all the grantees that will be presenting. So we've actually gone ahead and handpicked a lot of them. They've been working really hard to put up a really strong presentation. We are actually very, very excited. Like, these guys have gone ahead and raised grants from the Healing Foundation itself. I think there are some of the most exciting projects which will come out this year. Post that, we have our game plan for 2023. Then we have a panel which talks about what we are all looking for in this current phase, which is what to build next. So the most exciting opportunities in Web3. And then of course, do stay back for drinks. So that's the sundowner event which we have. Have a few drinks, have a few conversations, and then let's end the night on a strong note. So just 5 more minutes, and then we can start with lunch. But please do come back post that, because we have a bunch of exciting things happening post lunch. Thank you.
తెలుసా నేను ఎట్లా తీస్తాను ఇప్పుడే తెలిసిపోతుంది వాళ్ళకి ఇప్పుడే తీసుకుంటాను ఇప్పుడు తీసుకుంటాను వీడియోస్ ఫాస్ట్ ఉంటానండి నేను అందుకే ఎక్కువ ఫోటోలు ఎందుకు క్లిక్ చేస్తాను జనరల్గా అయితే మనం తీసి మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసి పంపిస్తాం మేము బాగుంది ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళు సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని దమ్ అవుతుంది అందుకే నేను లిమిట్గా క్లిక్ చేస్తాను పనికి వచ్చేటివి వీడియో అయితే కాపీ డేటా తీసేసుకుంటే కూడా పర్లేదు అదొక నెత్తి నొప్పి ఉండదు మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళు ఫోన్లు చేసి మనం డేటాలో వేసి అంతా టాస్క్ ఉంటుంది ముందే తీసేసుకుంటే మనకి ఏం బెస్ట్ వినేది రానా బేజారు అసలు లేదు ఇది వాడక खाली चेक करो कैमरा मैं अभी बोर्ड रूम में क्लिक करने के लिए गया पर जो स्पेस में क्लिक करने के
లోపలిది బయట కూర్చో ये तो करवाएंगे साथ में, एक ही करवाएंगे अब। मैं आपके पीछे हूँ, मैं आपके पीछे। main part right now is the interesting area. until then, everything second row, I get people sit here. Hello.
Folks, we will be starting with the project demos. Shortly, so if everyone gets set up, we'll be starting on the letter.
Get the police down the loop now. Or move the police. Yes, sir. I will. Everyone else.
Right, folks, we're going to get started with the coaching framework. So, just to give you some context about this, we recently implemented the first season of ETHforAll Kick Off, where the goal was to provide equity-free grants to builders who are solving interesting problems in the ecosystem, where the $5,000 was equity-free grants. First of all, one of you here are parts of that impact. Maybe one or two, maybe if you have something in mind, what are you planning to build on? Anyone? Like which area of the ecosystem are you contributing to? Anyone has thought of anything? No one? Exactly why we have project demo? Because we have invited some grantees who will be demoing the project, who took their project out and they want to the next level. They receive grants from us and they say are solving pretty cool problems in the ecosystem. So those of you who are here as participants is a chance to see what a great hackathon project eventually unfolds. So first of all, I'd like to invite the very so Dev's here, you have with us. So can we have a round of Sheetal?
Hello, Mata. This is Sheetal, co-founder and CEO of So Dev's here is a new tool to back up your contributions on every easy ever. So we are a hosting platform for possibilities and has become a centralized source of truth. With over 2 million deposits in there, it is being used by usual developers, companies, open organizations, as well as decentralized organizations. So we all scale up here, but is it safe? It's not. Data being centralized owned by corporation is reserved right to repositories to show, promote, post, keep, or leave. And as happened in the past, the GitHub repositories of companies like Cash donated overnight from the platform. So your GitHub contributions are always funded to us. There are many solutions to this problem, like Keynote and one to solve this problem is decentralization, but are not gaining traction. Because of a number of reasons. First is onboarding friction, and uptime side and first is offering your cash. After all, when you are back on that, they were still using it. They did not migrate people out. Same as a company you want to be discovered by individual contributors and work under certain operations as well as other coordinators. Lastly, other software is a fundamental aspect. It reduces their CI. You don't need to leave it but with 3 clicks, and a like can be shot the whole thing. So what happens is it's a continuous integration pipeline that automatically passes out contributions to these investment in seconds. We use technologies like Filecoin and plugin to sync. Now I'll give you a quick demo of our product. So you can install the guide to your file. And each commit, the CI will have to hold on to the file network. And along with some metadata like the repository name, the computer name, and the commit message, the index from you. So when you have pushed commit, the code has already been mapped up. And nothing to complete. This will be IPA verifying the file. So there is a technology. CI is the first solution on migrating commitments to on-chain. Our goal is to create an on-chain developer ID which is verifiable at the first and the forward. So developers can keep on being all the building projects, participating in hackathons and working at companies, and you will provide them verifiable proof that will work for them. This technology is rich by approach for building projects, for example, lending protocols, freelance, which algorithms sign in with their IDs or social parties. So, it's a company one vision. Then we will building the infrastructure for claims and application and the scale upstream. This is a team we've already met. Jayesh and co-founder. He has been development funds and we will be using for data and the gas fees, marketing, among others. Thank you very much. You can go on Square.io and we have opened a list. So, other benefits, thank you very much.
Good. Who is for the gas fee?
Okay, so individual contributory legal gas fees, our companies and organizations will have kind of.
But how is it sustainable model? You cannot contain.
Like we are trying to first onboard and then later we can have this and we are regularly up to your 500 or something.
They kind of roadmap you some of your developers or open source contributions. What are some ideas that you might have together?
The roadmap slide. So there can be something that we use and we can help them come to one high developers. So we collaborate with them and then we hire a workers.
Thank you.
Right, I think that's what we have. Next we have Jane, who was one of our Women Fellows, and she is currently building social. So we get started.
Single click apply for the jobs. This profile is a single source of truth, so you can just like apply directly. That's it. And refer on for talent. So put the username. Why do you want to refer this person? Stake some tokens, USDC or Matic. Done. Okay, engage and get incentivized through feed. Let's feed. What does Sensor allow you to do? All of these posts, they can be collected as NFTs. You can set a feed for people to follow you, which means that instead of hopping off the platform like you would see people pushing like Udemy or some other, skill-based thing, come on our platform. You don't need to do that. As a content creator, you can do that right here and get incentivized right here. Why should anyone have a social feed? From a recruiter's point of view, we're talking about posting once and for all, directly chatting with candidates, verified on-chain credentials, and also working on AI and ML algorithms that go beyond the normal resume keyword NLP-based tagging that you would have seen in AI and ML algorithms to add this layer of credibility on top of it. These are some traction numbers. So basically, there's a joke that was made. We have users, is what I'm trying to say. So we have 2,000 users. Actually, this figure is right now 3.4K. With 1.3K based email-based users and others like Wallet Connect users. 1299 plus proof of work batches, 52 jobs on the platform. Economy, Sharding, push protocol included, and 293 plus job applications. Feedback. This is the feedback that we have from the community. Just wanna maybe fixing the eyes over here from Deepak. We actually have another person in the room who actually got hired from Social 3. Mantle, Devil, Utkarsh is here. So yeah. And we are granting with Economy, Filecoin, ETHIndia, the graph, push protocol. This is pretty much the team. I don't want to talk a lot about myself. Seems very narcissistic. But the team included, we have worked previously with Polygon, Buildspace, delivers into it, won multiple Web3 hackathons, created content for bankers, all of this stuff. So yeah, you can basically trust us. So yeah, reach out to us if you like the pitch. Thank you so much.
Amazing presentations. Do you guys are part of the Lens protocol, like social graph architecture? If not, why not? Because you guys have 2,000 users. Those people are much more, and onboarding users via Lens protocol through you and interoperably moving from social tree to another, let's say non-link kind of platform would be great. So are you a part of Lens? If not, why not?
We are part of Lens.
So you guys are built on the Lens architecture, right?
Yes, we use Lens APIs for the posts and everything that is being done on the platform. And yeah.
But there might be few things in Lens that people don't want to show on professional part, so you don't do it, so you don't index that part, or like people can still be exposed to that, which is problematic.
What kind of data are you referring to?
For example, there is a Lenster, which is like Twitter for, and there is Instagram for links and some stuff like that, which I don't want to portray on a professional.
Okay, yes. So we basically, under Lens API, there is a source sort of a flag where you can source. So we just put social tree and we get data from social tree. So only the posts that are made on our platform are shown and queried basically.
Alright, awesome.
Thank you.
It's great fun, great presentation. So one quick question, whenever you're building up any sort of social platform, two major problems. A, it involves a lot of burn, and B, how do you take care of it? And then correspondingly, is there any sort of business model out of it?
Yes. So yes, it's a lot of work because we are building this. It's a chicken and egg problem because supply and demand needs to work, especially with the recruiting platform. But the main thing here being that we want to, if we believe that if the credentialing part is in place, then we can have more and more people create profiles. And it will be just something like how today you're sharing your LinkedIn with people, it will be that for Web3-based companies. If the recruiter finds this easy to use, if there's a state-of-art dashboard that you can just very simply filter people out. Right now, what are the tools that are very difficult to sort? Who actually has worked in Web3? If we can do something like that, I don't see a reason why companies won't use this. It's a matter of marketing and awareness there. In terms of, what was the second question?
Basically, do you have any sort of thought about the business?
Yes, the business model that we're looking at is basically paying companies paying tokens in terms of listing jobs. We also want this to not just simply be just recruiting, so people can also, if there are builders, there are builders on the platform, it can be exposed to hackathons, maybe Devfolio and other things as well, events that are happening in the space, anything that they want builder visibility towards. It can also be a medium for Devil, the feed part especially. Because right now, if you see, Devil is kind of limited towards bounty platforms, it is limited towards, let's say hackathons. They are time-bound events. But Twitter, people organically share these things. And that can be done because the incentivization element is here. It's less. So you can just write something here and you can get incentivized at the same time. So there are a couple of different models that we're looking towards.
Thank you.
One quick question I did have was, how is this decentralized, or what's your plan towards the same? As it relates to, the piece around filtering, running these algorithms for actually consuming verified credentials. So I presume you guys would be doing that, but I'm just curious about how you want to
Yes.
run that.
So in terms of decentralization, part of it would be decentralized, part of it would be centralized because it won't make a lot of sense to put jobs in a decentralized because it does not make a lot of sense to put that information in a decentralized manner. But what would make sense is the lens part, which is the feed, querying from the graph, all of the on-chain data that we're getting, and then these credentials which would be NFTs. So that will be on-chain. And then we're looking at decentralized chat, which is powered through push protocol. So we have elements of decentralized infrastructure, things that are not required to be decentralized, that's not decentralized. That is the way that we're looking at.
I think great presentation with a lot of energy. I'm sure it's not the outcome of the food, but the passion to develop the solution, right? Could you tell me who do you consider your competitor in this space?
Okay, I would say there are a couple of different protocols, but I would say it's kind of difficult to say that because everyone is building in a different sense. Like some people are building on the infrastructure side of things, some people are building the same thing, but the vision is different. Like they involve like people to stake tokens within individuals themselves. So like you will be believing in someone, like their career trajectory goes up, essentially you will also gain something back from it. And then there are people who are building resume wallets, so just like having that credential or every there. But we are looking towards more of an aggregation of all of these information, putting it all there. So I would say any platform that focuses towards Web3 builder specific credentials, but also not limited just to developers. We are not trying to do that. We want to focus on other people as well, like marketers, business folks as well. So, yeah.
And I think when you're talking about verification, what is the model for verification? Is it just integrating with the existing social app, just getting their, let's say, Gitcoin account verified, or what do you exactly want to do in verification?
I think that's a great question. That is one part of it. In that 5 years of experience at Apple, but I cannot actually verify it through the solution won't make sense. So we are actually looking towards onboarding complete organizations and employees as well. Things don't want to consider dynamic NFTs that can be containing metadata, like let's say your start date, let's say like your designation, your role, that can be like expired in a certain period of time, which can be like e-issued if they are still working at that protocol level.
So more NFTs per transaction, that means more costly platform.
Not really. I mean, depends on which platform you're on. We are Polygon, so it does not cost us a lot. And pretty much everything will be abstracted away from the user in terms of using Bitcoin and just like refunding the account.
Thank you.
Cool, can we have a round of applause for Sneha?
That. So, if you can, yeah. So we can go. So the problems that we realize with the Web3 space currently, the first one being Web3 onboarding. So anyone who has tried onboarding members onto the platform has realized that Web3 onboarding is still a very useful skill that is there, and there is still there's a huge gap on onboarding users. Just because of that, you need users to invest in your platform, right? You need them to pay. Second problem we realized was art creation. So let's say that you want to create an NFT, but you will have to partner with an artist. You will have to pay for an artist. You will have to pay for them to create that art if you're not an artist yourself. So that was an issue that we realized, that if you want an NFT collection, you will have to bear a cost. We didn't want there to be any cost bearing, and we wanted to make the onboarding experience as smooth as possible. For the third part, ownership, if you are an artist, let's say, then you want to own your art. You want your art to be yours forever. You don't want anyone to just screenshot your art and just say that this is my art. So that is what we saw, that NFTs are immutable, as you all know, right? So they're on the blockchain. They'll stay there forever. So it is on-chain ownership of your art.
Yes, so this is what the product looks like. So we're trying combining these two domains of AI and Web3, and this is the why of it. So the thing it does is basically these three things. First, we offer you gas assessment. So like we said, that the ownership is an issue, and with zero gas fee, we can onboard more people into Web3, and then we offer you one-click image generation. So like start making image NFTs. So like you have to go through a lot of steps, and we try to make that simple. You just have to press one button. You don't have to pay any gas, do nothing, and you will get the NFT in your wallet. And if you're interested in listing your NFTs, you can just start. We go to just go straight to the Laravel or OpenStack which is listed. So move to demo.
So we'll move to the live demo. For this, I need the audience cooperation. So if you could probably give me a subject of your, like if we have a blank canvas, we'll create an art for
Not live.
So can I have a subject from today, like Pokemon or some actor or something? Okay, everyone chooses Pikachu, we'll go with Pikachu. So now, so any form of art that you would want, any artist that you like Van Gogh, or like you want it in an anime style, or like a folk design. We go with anime.
You want to do something.
So like if he's holding a cap, or if he's wearing a cap holding an apple or something.
Maybe just eating something?
Yeah, so let's just add eating an apple. Pikachu anime eating an apple. As an anime. Okay, so we can just type it here. We click generate. So it starts minting, it sends an API call. And while it's processing, I might mention that every time you click this, it creates a new art itself. So if you will have the same prompt, every time you have this one different. So this is what we create. We recently shifted to a new model, which is like hyper realistic for some people that might like it. So we moved, like we've been iterating over models. So and we can just click mint this art and that art will be minted. So we can just show you some previous arts, like some previous NFTs that we have already minted on our platform. So this is just my wallet. So this is just all of it I have minted. And might I say I have zero matic brand. So I have never put fiat into any of my, like I don't put it in. So this is all happened without crypto. I can put it on sale and I can earn money through this. There is no as a have minted more than 400 NFTs. We launched it in November this past year, and we have over 4,000 images generated. We have 1,500 users so far, like distinct users so far, and we have around 200 unique users. The numbers spike sometimes, so we just took an average that we at least get 200 users per week. Thank you for listening to us, and this is the QR code. You can visit the website. It works in your phone.
I have a question. So basically, you are using stable diffusion. So are you planning to do some compute as well?
So computation, as you mean, like backend hosting, or sort of? Yeah. So we are currently hosting through an API service called Replicate. They have these models on there, and I think we shifted yesterday to OpenJourney. It's a different
Journey, which is not post-trained or stable.
So it's trained on top of stable diffusion.
Maybe you can check out a video, it's a compute over here.
Okay, sure.
And you're already using the UI, so
yeah,
you're already a fan.
Yes, you bring UI. So, alright. So my question was, this is definitely a place where you can create one-on-one arts, right? But the reason why normally people go and do into NFTs of one-on-one specifically, let's say example of people, is because he used to paint one picture every day and post it, like, you know, just create a tile of it, there were thousands of it, and that's why it was sold for such a, like, you know, huge amounts. Definitely there can be money, there could be money for ideation of what AI can create, but how do you think of royalties of NFTs in this model where it can be created in like mental sense? In my belief, this is definitely something great as an AI picture generator, but like, you know, correlating it to an NFT marketplace and listing it would be something would be really challenging in different opinions.
Okay, so can you go back to the website? So I can show you, we recently shipped this history feature as well. So we started with this feature. These are all the NFTs that I have minted rather than that. You can also open it here. So what we are thinking of is we could even have user-specific NFT collections. So like if I say I am a good artist, then I can just have an NFT collection of my own, like kind of a sub-NFT collection that the person that you mentioned as people. So he painted an image, he made an image, right? So we could just have someone like create an image through AI every day. have this UI yet. On our previous UI, we had a feature of you can just upload an image and then change its background to something like that. Yeah, you can even change the images as well. So if you just upload it and mint it, then it's a good maintained platform. It's a free minting platform.
Okay, so the question is, if I had a DYAC didn't exist, right? I use DI.net and I just type everything that's required to read BAYC. Would it be able to do something in those senses, in those that kind of scale? That's still something to think about, because you won't have something like doing it and on those perfections.
Yeah, so you could if you write the correct prompt, if you have a BAYC NFT, it's just it's a monkey traits, right? That is the basic way to describe it. So if you describe it properly, you can create this. And to help users describe it properly, we are actually going to start working on a prompt generator as well. So improvising the prompt UX as well, because I personally do not know how to write prompts. He writes amazing prompts. These are the other ones that you can see in the website. We have some templates. So they have been written by him. This is something that he wrote. I do not know how to write prompts. So we are building something that helps people build prompts. Something that we do.
So that's great. I would definitely suggest you guys do more than minting NFTs, look at mutations, because that's where AI can be even used in more senses. Like BAYC, mutate BAYC.
Yeah, that is something we can look at. Any other questions?
We have time for one more question.
So how much of the AI algorithm has been written by you compared to just using it by APIs?
Okay, so to be completely honest, none of the API has been written by us. The API is hosted with us paying for it.
Got it. So then I think your solution is something that is easily replicable by anybody who would use the same API, right?
Yeah, there have been renditions. There have been 5 to 6 products who do the exact same thing. They have shut down and they're not working. Probably because of the UI UX of it, or probably just because they just couldn't scale it. We have scaled it because we were first in the I believe we were first in the market, because I think we started developing this last October, September or something. So at that time, this does not exist. This did not exist. And within a week, we saw 4 different renditions of this. But none of them are as popular as we are. So there must be something that's really existing. And as for the prompt generation idea, that will be created by us.
How many users at the moment?
Currently we have around 200 to 300 users per week. If we ship something new, there are bound to get 200 users. But total users, I think we have 1500 plus distinct ones. And as a cumulative, they have generated 4 to 5 stay images. So these are the stats.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause? Last but definitely not the least, we have Kautuk with us, who was also one of our EIF fellows, and he will be currently talking about Stack.
Hey everyone, my name is Kautuk. I'm here to talk about Stacker Network, which is a modular app specific to the page. You cannot do that. So this is an example of what happened during our promotion. So the solution is application specificity. So some of the examples that you see here, DYDX, hashtag, blueprint, so focuses on, and you can optimize the heck out of it. So most importantly, one thing which is it's a wrong impression about Linux is that they are limited to EVM, but that's not the case. You could use any roll-up environment, any development environment to actually build roll-ups. Just need to follow these 3 rules that are written over here. So this is the power of app specificity. So like I mentioned, I used to work on the Hubble project, and this is the kind of optimization that you can get with application-specific roll-ups. It's hard how do you build it. So I think in the previous panel, someone mentioned that nobody wants to build a platform first and then an application on top of it. Someone needs to do that for you. So the Stacker takes care of the infrastructure, so the developers can focus on their business logic. So with Stacker, you can build your own DYDS, hashtag, whatever says it. So there are 3 modes of using the Stacker SDK. You can deploy existing smart contracts of Stacker. You could actually go ahead and define your own state machine and use whatever environment you want. Or you can also use a rollup as a service model where you can have a pre-deployed rollups and just use it, pay per use. What kind of applications can you build? So I'm going to show some of the boring applications that you can build and then some of the interesting ones. So this is a token trading platform. You could just take smart contracts, deploy it on Stacker's EVM, and then just get done by it. But since Stacker is modular, you can also have add-ons like Unisoft built into your own application. So there's an app chain with your protocol or whatever, and it also has some add-ons like Unisoft, token support. Then you can have like an NFT loyalty program. So I think quite recently we have been hearing a lot of buzz about Nike coming on Polygon, or maybe Reddit coming on Polygon, something like that. So you can have like a pre-built NFT distribution rollup, and multiple services can come in and just use it. So similar to this, you have a rollup as a service. So X company comes in, deploys their NFT program, Y company comes in. But now, these were not the most interesting apps. Let's talk about the interesting ones. So Stacker introduces the concept of micro rollup architectures, similar to how we have microservices. So these are plug-and-play app-specific modules in multiple languages which can be ported inside pre-existing applications, and they offer sufficient decentralization so web applications can stay centralized. So this is some of the public goods example that I could think of which happen. So you have an entire application running on JavaScript, but you have an identity module that is plugged into Ethereum that is specific to you, and you are the one controlling it. You can also have a public distribution platform, so similar to what we did with COVID, that can be decentralized this way. So you have the identity and the transaction record platform built into it, and the rest of it, like the portal sign-up, stock booking, inventory, etc., can be managed off-chain. This is another example of a supply chain management solution. So you can have internal data reports, whereas the set points, inventory, transaction reports can just happen on Ethereum. So this goes away from the Hyperledger thing that this is not possible with Hyperledger and everything, because the things in white is not available to public. The entire monolith has to be private. You can't just expose some information to public. And this is again like the service model. So X is a different state, Y is a different state. They can just share a rollup and just get done by with it. They have their own internal data. Y has its own internal data, but the public-facing information is still public. So hybrid Web3 applications using app rollups, they are more scalable, less friction for entry, they are more creative and cheap. Just build an end-to-end programs, launching the public testnet hopefully by mid of this year. And I'm looking for collaborators and early adopters for the project. So developers projects, if you're interested in understanding more about it, this is one time. Thank you.
Quite a great presentation and great that you're building an L2 from so like building an L2 requires a lot of effort. It's point of understanding what sort of team structure do you have currently and then okay.
Yeah, so on the side of team, I'm not looking at like there's a constant thing that hey, you're competing with Polygon with this, like this, that's what their mode is. But I'm not of that category. This is a fully modular stack. You have execution separate from sequencing and all. So I'll be utilizing some of the existing solutions. So for Polygon Edge is a very nice use case for it. So developers can just use Edge as an execution environment, use our sequencers and use L1 as a base layer, or maybe they can choose to build something else. So that's the way I'm going forward. So you could Polygon, you could use Optimism or something like that. And how I'm structuring it is like we'll be focusing on the non-EVM side of things. EVM side will try to reuse some of the things that you guys have already built. So Polygon is really good with that. And does that answer your question?
Sorry, my question was how is your team structured right now?
Oh, it's in a very early stage. So we are just building some proof of concept with a couple of teams that I mentioned, and they are planning to do like a pilot program with us. And it's mostly around like a small team. We have like 7 people.
And it's so great that you're working on the infra end for Ethereum. That's tough coming from India. But anyways, my question was the reason why I believe Cosmos is doing so great is because they have interoperability IBC protocol, which can move funds without any problems. Ethereum had that issue of cross-chain interoperability because Nomad bridge is getting hacked, Tron bridge getting hacked and stuff like that, and that's the reason where people also find their home in Cosmos sometimes.
Yeah.
So definitely bringing some of app chain infrastructure to Ethereum via optimistic rollups help, but how you're thinking of interoperability between chains without touching the L1 and in a more secure manner, given that IBC or those kind of mechanisms don't exist.
Yeah, definitely. So all I can say right now is that we are working on interroller communication as well. I can't really tell how we are doing it, but we are doing it.
Is it not open source?
We are just building in stealth right now, so we are waiting at the right moment to actually make it open. So it's going to be completely public, but not at the moment.
Okay, so it's going to be interoperable without assumptions of layer 2 security or extra things.
Great presentation as always. It's probably also kind of related to the previous question, but fundamentally curious about what kinds of templates or tooling you would provide developers to start building their applications on. Is it bridges? Is it even custom RPC endpoints? Or just curious about what you think it looks like at this point.
Right. So for developing an infrastructure like this requires a lot more than just providing them tools. So we'll be building like native bridges for them. So once application chooses to deploy, they'll get an inbuilt bridge. Also planning to have like wallet support. So like I mentioned, you can have different signature schemes built into the system. So that requires you to have a separate wallet. So we're planning to do that as well. So part of it comes from my previous experience at building the BLS wallet that uses BLS signature scheme. So we'll be providing like a version of it so that people can start using it. Other than that, like if you're using an EVM sort of execution environment, any EVM compatible rollup should just work. EVM compatible wallet should just work out. And like I mentioned, we'll be providing a bridge built into the system.
I think that's pretty much it. Thank you. Can we have an round of applause? So this brings us to the end of this particular segment. We have two more segments. First, we'll be talking a little bit more about Devfolio and our initiatives, how we are helping builders build. We are going to get that done, and then we have an interesting panel coming up. So stay tuned for that, and then of course the Sandbox, which everyone is probably waiting for. First of all, like our grantees will also be here around. So feel free to reach out to them if you have any questions or you want to just have a chat with them. They'll be there throughout the event. Alright, so as you saw that builders were able, like the four projects which came in, they basically took their idea to the next level, and that is something we're trying to unlock with scale at Devfolio. So first of all, cool. So I think I already covered this. So we are India's largest and fastest growing builder, community of builders. 300,000 builders strong, 20,000 projects, and $2.5 million in bounties dispersed initiatives. And just to even let you know about some of the history, so Devfolio started out as just a hackathon platform. We basically had the vision, actually still have the vision of helping builders build, and as of now, the most practical use of your knowledge since 2015. So that is how it all started. But through the course of the years, we have seen like various other hackathons.
Devfolio has been Ethereum's flag bearer in India since 2018 by deploying initiatives such as ETHIndia Fellowship, ETHIndia Hackathons, and ETHIndia Online Hackathons like the one you're currently participating in. To our tagline, Never Stop Building, we aim to support builders through their journey from zero to ship. And here's how we are going to do it.
Yeah, so first things first, everything, even like the first edition of Keynote, which was hosted by Devi, that was a college hackathon in IT students. So we believe that reaching out to the students at an early age, like when you're in college, you have that time to build, learn and build. So that's why, as part of Devfolio, given that we are also a hackathon platform, we are supporting the cultures of hackathons at universities. And as mentioned, we have done around 500 plus, 450 plus community hackathons specifically. So you can see like a couple of great hackathons over here. And it's like, it's not that we are only filtering like high quality organizers. Even like if you feel that your college does require that like culture of building instead of just like studying one night before your microprocessor exams or something like that. It's just PTSD for me at this point. But yeah, if you want to do beyond that, you want to build some cool stuff. And as you said, we are very builders, economically independent. We are here to support you for your hackathon. So even like we have our partners on board with us who help you host a great hackathon, so that you won't really have to worry about the very intrinsics of doing a hackathon. It's just you need to be the one to execute it while we're giving you all the support, everything from the platform, monetary sponsorship, swags, and then bounties by our partners. So currently, all hackathons, all community hackathons on Devfolio have prizes by Polygon, Filecoin, Replit, and so on. So just to also let you know what benefits we offer to universities. So managing your hackathons on the SaaS platform. So you get to use the organizer dashboard of the platform. So everything like from accepting registrations to submissions, everything is on Devfolio end to end. Next is you also get mentorship and support from us to host a great hackathon. So let's say you are a newbie, you want to sort of do that, but need like some tips and tricks. You can book a call in our community hours, and then more than happy to help you out with that. We also ship swag directly to the hackers website. People love merch, so here's like we sort of incentivize winners and organizers of the hackathon. Get more applications through Devfolio's Explore and Reach. We have over 300,000 users, so your hackathon gets listed amongst all our other hackathons, and we provide you priority support during the event within 24 hours. So this is just for any edge cases if there's anything. And of course, as I discussed, you get to partner with great companies for exciting opportunities. And I would like to make an announcement around this. We will be starting something called Unit very shortly. It has been going on for a while. We have put in a lot of thoughts and effort into building out this program. As you can see, it's written over here, the key goal of Unit House is elevating Ethereum education at universities, one hacker club at a time. So we'll be launching a pilot very soon. We'll be going like 20 to 25 colleges. And basically, this is, don't really want to call it a campus ambassador program, but it is somewhat on those lines, but on a much better way. There is real incentivization. Your role as being a UNIDAO member would be to enable, like that sort of culture in your college, and we are there to give you all the support.
So now we've just spoken about hackathons and how you can host them and so on and so forth. So where do you even begin? So essentially we have fellowship programs. So if you haven't already heard, ETHIndia Fellowship 3.0 is finally here. The goal of this fellowship fellowship ultimately is to allow the fellows to unlock their potential to build projects that can help spread the awareness of the Ethereum ecosystem. So you can learn from the industry leaders, build projects, and there's absolutely no catch. You get paid while you're doing this. And we recently kicked off our third edition, which has about 45 talented fellows, which were picked from about 6,000 applications. So it's a very highly competitive program. And I would suggest you all to look out for more fellowships that we'll be putting up soon. So yes. And next, coming to the grants, right? So we conduct so many initiatives across the different years, but there's one thing that's common is that we see amazing, innovative, and impactful projects that are brought to life. And so we understand that it's only half the battle when India grants come into picture. So with season 2, we aim to cast a wider net of funding opportunities for our builders, and that will help them take their projects to their next level. So please keep a lookout for this season 2 because the stake is just going to get higher and higher. And put on your thinking caps and get ready to pitch your project. And finally, we have something called the demo days. So we understand how important it is for you to pitch your projects to the people who are willing to hear it, right? So we want to give you the ultimate stage to showcase your projects. So it's your chance to show off your latest and greatest projects. So we bring the brightest minds to see your projects and brightest minds to pitch the projects. So these demo days will be coming to your screens very, very soon. So please keep a lookout for them. And
awesome. So those are the side of things where you have learned how to build. You have participated in a few hackathons. You've gotten like the taste of building, of course, that's sweet Red Bull. And then after that, you've participated in fellowships. You have gotten better at building. And then you sort of take the next step to take your project, let's say grants or as mentioned MOUs. But like if you want to, there's also another path which we have seen builders taking is to work at a great pace to get that initial exposure. So we also organized one job drops last year, and we'll be bringing back jobs on Devfolio as well since it was a great success. So this was a virtual job fair where we had shortlisted a few builders who had so based on their applications, and then we had invited them to the virtual space where they talked to the recruiters. We had a lot of protocol, 26 and a few other companies, and a lot of them ended up getting internship or full-time job offers. So based on the success of that and even the learnings, we'll be bringing back jobs on Devfolio.
awesome. So there's some exciting news on the product end as well. It's not just the initiatives. So allow me to introduce you to the top 2 features that we are super excited about, and I hope all of you are too. The first one is the Cheer project. It's just as amazing, warm, and wholesome as it sounds. So with Cheer, you can directly contribute to the development and growth of your favorite projects. So one of the bases of is fundraising and whatnot, right? But if there's a project that I really like and I want to support the vendor, then Cheer project is a way to do so. So this is a great way to show your appreciation and support to the builders who are working so hard in order to build their products. And the next one is something that we're super excited about. It's a better way to showcase your coding skills in the hackathon wings. Then you should look no further from the Devfolio profile. So it's essentially your ultimate proof of your coding prowess, which will accumulate all of your off-chain and on-chain accomplishments in one profile. So with Devfolio profile, you'll have access to all the opportunities that come on our platform, which is essentially the fellowships, hackathons, grants, and now CTFs, bounties, and jobs as well. So we're super excited.
Yeah, so a lot of ambitious things we're working on. Definitely wanting to double down on a lot of these initiatives because this really helps us get closer to our goal, as I've said many times, that we want to help builders build. And yeah, if any of these really sounded interesting to you, we are definitely hiring and we're looking for builders who want to build for the decentralized web. So we have roles open in engineering, product, and even in community, in case you want to host kick-ass hackathons. So you can go to devfolio.co/jobs or feel free to scan this QR code. Yeah, and with that, I would like to say that a lot of these interesting things are coming to your screens pretty soon.
and we cannot wait to show what more we have in stock. So definitely do follow us on Twitter. We are simply at Devfolio, and then if you want to learn more about Devfolio or want to be part of any of the initiatives, feel free to reach out to us on hello@devfolio.co, and as we like to say, we'd say, never stop it. So we are coming down to the final segment of the ETHforAll Kick Off day, and that's going to be a panel. So we're going to be starting that in a minute or two. We're just going to get set up, and the panel will be moderated by Vikansh. So So we're going to be starting in 2 minutes, just setting up the chairs, and we'll be taking this.
Hello. Hey everyone. Just the last segment, and I know you're eagerly waiting for the beers. So we'd like to begin with the panel, which is essentially opportunities in Web3. So I'd like to invite, obviously, thank the panel for flying all the way for this. So a quick round of introductions. We first have Pranav Maheshwari. Okay. So just to give you a quick background about him, he's an active investor in the Web3 space, currently an engineer at Graph.
Or an investor.
Okay. The markets will do better. He essentially is an engineer at Graph, and Graph protocol essentially enables developers and network participants to use public and open APIs to build subgraphs for the various CE apps. Glad to have him. Next we have Piyush. Guys, you get your viewers, and clap. Piyush leads ecosystem growth at Protocol Labs. Just to give you a quick background about Protocol, it's an open source R&D lab which builds protocols, tools, and services. They've obviously done some phenomenal work like IPFS and Filecoin, so no introductions there. Next, we have Asta. Asta currently basically building an ecosystem with all the top apps so that builders can build and scale their projects, whether it's grants, hosting, infra support, service. We're basically covered. Awesome. Next we have Angela. Hey Angela. Guys, clap. Angela currently works as a full stack developer at Bonfire. Bonfire is in the creator monetization space, which is in fact one of my favorite areas. I've spent a lot of time working in that space. They essentially enable creators to monetize and have true ownership over the community with tokens and NFTs. Lastly, we have Prashant. Prashant's a partner at Woodstock Fund. And of course, Woodstock Fund is one of those few homegrown funds which is exclusively focused on Web3. And sort of the conviction in the space is shown by some of your investments, which is like Eldrin, Near Protocol, and Casper Labs. Great to have them here. Okay guys, I hope I'm audible. So I'll just direct a few questions to each person and essentially would love to get everyone's point of view on it. It's essentially focused on builders here today and all the exciting opportunities. So of course we've seen like Web3 go through its own highs and lows like any other space. But for me, I think we're now entering the most exciting phase, which is the build phase. Right, and my first question, and I'll direct it to you, Prashant. Just for the people out here, would love to know what's the most exciting opportunities you think could become massive, and it's very specific to the current phase we are in. So, given the current environment, given where we are, would love to know what keeps you excited every day.
Hi everyone. So it's a very loaded question, right? I wish I knew the perfect answer to this, so I don't. But if you look at how we like to look at things is have a view on how we expect Web3 to progress over the next decade, right? And what that end state will be, and where we are today, and everything that's needed to be built to get to that state. Now, I can go in a lot more detail. I wrote a very detailed thesis which is on our website as well. Which also outlines a lot of opportunities. Now, if I have to kind of crystallize that into like a quick summary here, then right now I guess to an extent it's back to the drawing board on certain things because the hype and frenzy of the last couple of years is over. So there is activity that still needs to be done to below the hood when it comes to both the infrastructure and the middleware side. I don't think there are like too many first order problems to be solved. Of course there are new layer 1s coming up, new layer 2s coming up as well, but we know how that works and it's more of like a PD game than like a technology game to a decent extent, right? So anything under the hood right now is about how do we make existing technology and infrastructure a bit more refined. So, okay, there is layer 2 now in Ethereum. Do we need like app specific or business specific layer 3s, right? Does that then compete with your app chains on Cosmos? Because you need more block space demand going forward and you want it to yourself as opposed to for everyone on the chain. So it's more second order that we are looking for in terms of opportunities, which is where we think a lot more scale can be brought into this space. And also the second aspect of this is security, right? And then is there a way of like having a decentralized trust architecture more seamlessly available to the rest of the network as well, right? Something like what EigenLayer is looking to work at. Something like Axiom also is trying to do something around that, right? So it's very finer details right now in terms of how do we make more scalability and security come about across everything below the hood. Above the hood, when it comes to more DeFi, NFT and gaming, I think we are well beyond the phase of like doing yield farming or very basic play to earns, etc. DeFi, I think, has to move towards a space of how do we solve for real world problems with a technology that has proven itself to be extremely powerful through everything that's happened in the last 6 to 9 months. Which is why this sandbox is like extremely important, right? That we are doing here, and this is where we try to marry much better technology than existing financial system to use cases that actually need the benefit of that technology, right? How can we marry that to your SME credit issues? How can we marry that to create an end-to-end interface for gig economy, right? So I think that is where I think DeFi needs to progress, and that happens with a lot more regulatory scrutiny, in my opinion. And then NFTs and gaming become and metaverse. This is the entire creator economy. Some of it doesn't make sense to me in terms of why are certain NFTs so valuable. But what is undoubtedly happening here is we are going through a new phase where NFT is kind of becoming an ownership layer to everything on the creator economy, entertainment, etc. And there are stacks getting built on top of it to see how we can bring more utility to the NFTs as opposed to just being a PFP, right? And this can be going into real world assets, this can be going into creating loyalty and marketing campaigns for your brands, and then there are a lot of toolings and CRMs and analytics that need to be built to create this entire architecture here that already exists today in those utilities in Web2, right? So that's pretty much like an overall view of like how I like to look at the opportunities in Web3.
That's pretty extensive. Maybe Asta, would love to get your point of view since you're also working at Polygon Village, and what have you seen? What could be interesting opportunities?
Sure, Ekash. GM everyone. I know, post-lunch you might be a little sleepy or something, but just bear with us for a few minutes. I think while you were wanting to start off, Ekash was asking us that you want to start with a joke, just to have some bites out there. But I think I'm really bad at it. So we'll just start with the...
Yeah, I asked them to do stand-up comedy, they all said no.
They all said no for it. So yeah. So coming on to your question, Ekash, I think on the application layer, there are a lot of interesting use cases that can be covered. A lot of new use cases coming around. For example, let's talk about a couple of these areas, right? When we talk about DeFi as a space, especially after this entire FTX collapse, I think more and more DEXs will need to come. Not just that are burning something, but like fee-based taxes, right? Oracle-based taxes that could actually solve out the problem in terms of how we are onboarding more and more Web2 users on it. I also feel that insurance as a segment could be like decentralized in a lot interesting manner, and that could again be a space which could be explored. If we talk in terms of NFTs, I think again great loyalty-based programs would come in the form of NFT. I'm not talking about just the JPAGs. But let's say even the projects like Yuga Labs or Youths, they have a very strong community built in it, right? And again, community can empower, can have a very strong emotional connect, and that's why you can basically drive a lot of social behavior, you can drive a lot of financial behavior, etc. And again, that's the power of NFT, what you can leverage. So I feel things around creating strong communities, things around creating strong loyalty programs, that could be used by NFTs. I also feel on the infra layer, wallets and other sort of protocols still need to come into the picture. We still need to focus a lot on user experience and how we onboard people into this particular space. Fourth, I could think of in terms of socials, right? Which is like how do we create that sort of network effect and bring more and more users again on the basis around identity. Again, within identity, we could have like 3 layers, right? The one is like a basic layer, which is, I would say something around it's basically like something like lens protocol, right? You have a base layer, people are coming and building solutions on top of it. You can take your existing social graph and move it to other pieces. Second could be like something like Polygon ID, where again I have a soft social identity of myself. I'm not disclosing my data, but I'm just telling whether I'm verified 18 years above or not. I'm not just telling my age to anybody else. And so on, right? Or third could be like an example of WorldCoin, right? Like how you're creating your own identity.
second part is basically the gaming section. Then again, a lot of people are coming to virtual world, a lot of segments are coming to gaming piece. And again, the power of FG comes around interoperability, composability, scalability. So yeah, I gave again a very extensive answer.
Yeah, clearly I think it's very, very hot and there are lots of exciting ideas. Maybe just like a minute, would love to get your point, given your lessons in investing.
Alright, so guys, can everybody give me a stretch? I want to do it as well, so yeah, so to help everybody. Yeah, I know, the lunch was awesome, so yeah. Anyways, so what I believe, these people have given like really, really deep answers. What I believe is more on investment, thesis-based investments, just like you guys. But I believe in general, innovation does not lead to solutions. Innovation leads to a problem of its own. And building and solving those problems are, something that you can look into building. For example, there was this innovation of moving Ethereum from proof of work to proof of stake. And in that, somebody saw that, somebody could not liquidate their Ethereum and they created Lido and Rocket Pool. So I believe innovation creates problems of its own. And those problems are something that we should solve for, right? Right now, we have this social graph. That's something that Lens is building on. And I'm sure it's an innovation, but it will have thousands of problems of its own. And those need solution. And that's where something like Snea and all those people who are building on the Lens protocol can be solving on. So in one word, it's like innovation creates problems and solutions to those problems are the products that eventually evolve into great things. So just one more observation, more on not on the innovation and building side, but on the labor market where you can get opportunities to also get jobs. I would say 2017-18, it was a very tough market and tough times. And I think Polygon was the only team which was building on a really lucrative thing while some others existed. And 4 of us here are either related to Polygon or have graduated from Polygon, right? That's again not something that these guys have curated, but that has existed. In 2020, there are even 10, 20 more of such companies like Polygon which have existed. So just imagine how things will be in the labor market of 2025. So you always build and innovate and be involved, looking at the future, not looking at the present. So I think the scope is huge.
It's interesting, and I think that's exactly what you're doing in Devfolio, which is building the developers and building the ecosystem. Just the last question on something exciting, and because it's a public goods event, would love to know from Piyush, any particular public goods you were excited about, something which we all can work towards.
Like this hackathon is all about public goods, and we at Funding the Commons and Protocol Labs are building lots of funding, public goods. So I guess in Protocol Labs, like Filecoin is there. So Filecoin is right now just a storage layer, but FVM is coming. So FVM is altogether about a new use case economy. Of course, there will be some present use cases like DeFi and all that, but of course, a new use case economy like perpetual storages. Data, which is altogether new concept. Dataverse, like metaverse with just focused on data. And lots of new use case. And even I think we are just limited as of now, but lots of new use case, even Sure Inside. And these tools will be built on top of FVM, and these can be used on other ecosystems as well. So I think I'm most excited about these stuffs. Even on the compute layer. So we are even building L2 of Filecoin, which is layout. So Bakalia is basically how you can compute, like someone was pushing about the stable diffusion. So how you can use the stable diffusion mechanism and how you can compute over those data. So I think these all things are very excited. Even on scalability perspectives, our consensus labs is doing or building lots of consensus protocols. Like one is IPC, interplanetary consensus. Like what Polygon POS is doing right now, it's just a commit chain. So it's just vertical scaling. So rather than just vertical scaling, what IPC is doing, it's doing vertical as well as horizontal scaling. So let's say right now you have Filecoin, so you can have multiple Filecoins down the line for the horizontal part as well as vertical part. So these things, and there are a lot of things going on at Protocol Labs in terms of development. So yeah, I think lots of use cases can be built, and of course open source technologies that we used to build open source technologies. So lots of development through the general purpose developers are there, and we want more engagement.
Interesting. And Angela, of course, the same question to you as well, because I think what we're all trying to do here is essentially break those monoliths which control data, control money. So we'd love to get your point of view on any public goods you're excited about, or anything interesting you see.
I feel like as a developer, there's hardly any time that I've spent on the outermost layer of all of the projects. So, for example, like this is what I was thinking when I heard all of these people talking about all of this, because it is very interesting to me as well, how when you're working in a certain area, in a certain project, how your perspective completely changes about the space that you're in. So, for me, it has been like the public goods that I am most excited about are the developer toolings. Like Bagby is my favorite library, but it's so sad that so many projects don't use it. And I felt like when I started developing myself, so many projects that had like a good amount of user base had completely broken internal function calls or completely broken internal toolings. So developer tooling is one thing that I feel like the most excited about contributing myself as well. And apart from that, I also feel like in general, the space is quite naive in a way that developers are building products that developers are using themselves, like right now. But eventually it's gonna get better. So I feel like the more we make it easier for developers to join in this space first, the easier it would be for users to join in later on. So yeah, to answer that, I feel like developer tooling is the one area that I'm most excited about in terms of public good.
Interesting. So what we'll do is for the next 10 minutes, I want to focus on builders specifically, and then we can have some Q&A from the audience. So I think the next segment is we're all trying to build the ecosystem together, right? So whether it's hackathons, whether it's bounties, whether it's funding, just for the builders out here today, would love to, get them to know that, what are some of the initiatives, some of the opportunities, what are the things they can leverage so that they can, have an easier journey while they're building, right? So maybe back to you, Piyush, maybe you have a point of view on this.
I think hackathons, we are doing lots of hackathons with Devfolio as well. Even at EVM, we have launched something called as Foundry, which is basically for early builders specifically. Let's say if you want to test out things on testnet, so that's the go-to platform. Even we have something called as Launchpad. Let's say if you are somewhat affected person from COVID, like you lost your job or something, so you can apply your apply there and get through complete protocol labs journey, including our ecosystem partners. So I think there are many others, but I think these three are important ones which you can leverage as well.
And Asta, the question to you as well, because of course you're building a very exciting ecosystem village or Polygon village, so we'd love to know about that.
So, within Village we have multiple layers in terms of how we would love to help developers and community people out there. The first is basically via welcome vouchers, which typically means, like, let's say, if you are already building on Polygon or like planning to build on Polygon, and you want to get connected to like different sort of partners, these could be your tooling partners, audit partners, marketing partners, cloud hosting services, even Filecoin is one of the partners, or let's say any sort of wallet providers, all these sort of partners that are there, and you want to get connected with them. So consider these vouchers sort of like an AWS credit mechanism. So you just come on the portal, which is like village.polygon.community, and you apply for these particular vouchers, and you get connected to these sort of partners via Polygon system itself. So you get like a preferential treatment, you get like free credits from different sort of partners altogether, and that is what we have. Second is definitely we are doing hackathons with Devfolio within India and outside. The third is a job drops, which again you guys again cover, which is, so one is we already have an ecosystem job board, wherein not only the jobs from Polygon, but like across all the projects that are, like not all the projects, but like majorly like around 120 plus projects that are already there, and their jobs are already available on the system. So again, you can just go back to jobs.polygon.technology and just keep on applying for different sort of jobs. The next in the system, we have Village Wonders, which is again one of the accelerator program that we run at Polygon. We will be starting the next batch soon. We have just finished one of the batch. I think Ranjan is already there. Who was one of the like portfolio company within the Village Wonders. So that's again like a 3-month accelerator program that Polygon
And the last is basically the ventures team, which is like if you already have a lead investor and you're looking to raise your round, we can connect you with our investment team, and again, we can help you further with your fundraise plans. So yeah, these are the few things.
And same question to you, Prashant, because you work with so many stakeholders, you work with so many founders, and of course, you get the whole ringside view of what's happening. I'm sure they come to you with a lot of questions. So we'd love to get your point of view on what are some of the interesting, exciting initiatives you've seen across the ecosystem. Could be you, could be anyone else. It's just great for the developers to know.
I think Asta covered it well in terms of the stack, right? As a fund, we are primarily in the business of investing. On top of that, we also try to provide a lot of support to our portfolio companies. One of the primary things being help them in hiring ideal candidates. So we also have like a job portal on our webpage where people can, our portfolio companies can put in their requests, and then we try to map them with a Rolodex that we have of existing people, both on the developer side and also on the product side and other aspects as well. Hackathons are, I think, a great place for all builders, and I think whether or not you have an idea, whether or not you have anything in your mind, we should just keep attending a lot of these and just rub shoulders with like-minded people and start forming your own cohort of people with whom you can brainstorm and keep discussing all the time. Even from an investment standpoint, we do that with a lot of other VCs and angels, right? To kind of just stay in the loop of what is happening, and I think that is important for a lot of developers also to do. Not just kind of be in your own silo, but form a network of your own and keep building on things and not be afraid to fail. And I think hackathons are a great place to do that. One other thing that we do a lot is participate in accelerators. I myself am a mentor on a couple of accelerators, and I think that's again a great place. It's, I would say, in the stack higher than hackathons, but also something that people should frequent and see what are the ideas that are coming out. You never know where a spark will arise from, and then have a mental map on who is building what, and then how your network should go about forming as well. So I'm just stressing more on the network and relationship side of things because I think that gets a bit underappreciated on the development side. But I think it's equally important to build that so you can grow a lot faster as well.
Awesome. So now we have the last question for the day, and that's to everyone actually. So it's not a joke which you have to crack. But I'll start with Pranav, and I think it's again focused on builders. What would I'd love to know from you is, given, and this is very specific for an engineer or a builder, is just quickly, if you can think of because of your journey, one thing which you've seen has worked because you've been obviously building, and one thing which you've seen has not worked, something for the builders to know. So based on experience, I think it's just helpful for people to know that, hey, you should look out for X, Y, and Z, and also the other things which have worked for you in your journey at Graph.
Yeah, for sure. So I've seen a cycle, I started off from a hackathon that's called ETHIndia, organized by Devfolio. I owe my career to you guys. So yeah, I started from that, and I've seen a cycle back in 2018. Nobody used to really think Ethereum and build on it. People thought that it's just over, and it was just one small thing that existed, right? And the reason why people lose hope and eventually get out of the ecosystem is that they don't understand fundamentals and are not totally attested to those fundamentals. So if you can understand the fundamentals, get attested to them, then noise won't affect you in general, right? In general, cycles can be created and destroyed by VCs. That's okay, right? But the impact is what stays, right? So my specific detailing is understand the fundamentals and get attested to a problem rather than going on the hype, because back in 2018 when I started, everybody wanted to do AI and there were hundreds of courses, Andrew NG and hundreds of people doing that, hundreds of accelerators, like what's happening right now in Web3, and people just wanted to do AI, right? But people who understood Web3 fundamentals went there. In 2020, all those people who were doing AI, they started doing Web3 because there was more money, there was VC narratives, there were super cycles being built. But eventually now again, there's ChatGPT, people want to go back to AI. And the reason behind that is developers who don't understand the reason for building something eventually keep following cycles, and they eventually, and they, in general get on top. They normally enter when it's already saturated, and that's the biggest problem. So as a developer, I would always suggest you guys to understand the fundamentals and think if it is something that is an addressable problem that you can spend a good amount of time for yourself to do. So that's the basic advice, and something that's never worked for me is like when things go wrong, you get rates as a developer, as an engineer, you need to be 70% learning more than any other field in the world. That's not me, that's the general status of the labor market. So never stop learning, and always believe whatever exists only because of building, not because of you being another Warren Buffett.
Awesome, that's a great answer and also fairly philosophical. Angela, similar question to you, but a little more specific to the company, because you've seen the journey. So I'd love to just let everyone know that what's worked, what's not worked, and what they should take care from, whether it's building the team, what you're working on. You've obviously seen it scale over time. So some of those things will just help them, because a lot of folks are very early in their projects. So what you've seen personally work and not work at your companies.
Sorry. The funny part is that in most of the companies that I worked in, I sort of switched before they skyrocketed. So I couldn't really see how scaling happens in these companies. But I feel like I definitely saw some lessons that what creates good roots inside of the company, and how founders thought and how they were making those very initial decisions that sort of set path for what comes ahead. And in almost all of the cases, one common thing that I noticed was the internal decisions were made were made after a lot of thought, and all of the discussions were defaulting to a decision. It was never in an endless introspective mode, any discussion that was happening. It was never always just thought about, and it was never just left there. So there were always decisions that came out of it, and this is very specific to when I'm talking about just a startup or just a company. This has nothing to do with Web3. And I feel like this was one common thing in all of the projects that I've worked with. And almost all of them are basically not really big companies. Bonfire is still in the process though. And the one thing, I don't think I would be able to talk about was something that didn't work out. But there were always certain things that founders would always avoid. So always sort of seeking the next cycle that's going to happen, just like it was mentioned in the panel discussion right now. And always focusing on what the core problem is that they're trying to solve. So with Matic, it was always scaling, and it is still the same, even when the company has scaled themselves. And with Bonfire, it has always been the same problem that we are trying to solve. And similarly with Bitcoin and kernel. So always focusing on the one thing that binds everyone's motivation inside the team together, and always defaulting to decisions rather than introspection whenever there's a discussion that's happening. So these were the two things.
And very quickly, Piyush, you have one thing which has worked and one thing which has not.
I mean, I go with the flow. So in general, let's say my career journey was okay, in college I used to bug bond, and someone gave me crypto, so I was okay, it's good. And then I started exploring blockchain. So I think just learning is the key. And I guess Pranav said correctly that you have to be very much well aware with the market, what is going on and what is not. So I think these things worked for me. What not not specifically anything as of now, but yeah.
Anything to caution? Caution the builders.
Caution, okay, no financial advice, I guess.
Sure.
But yeah.
And Asna?
I think I just think about it. Yeah, I think I agree with Angela, right? I'm not a developer, but typically I think when people are starting
coding or working on things is to think about like use cases and its application as well. Sometimes, I mean, not everybody, like few of the developers could be the case like they're working on something, they become so passionate about it, maybe they might skip in terms of talking to more of their users and actual consumers who like use that particular product. So I think just like go out in the market, talk to users, understand that it's actually solving out a problem statement, what could be its actual use cases altogether. I think second thing which people should not do is, again, same thing, you know, like what he said, focus on one thing at a problem statement. A lot of people try to solve out an entire journey. Like let's say if I'm talking about a developer, they're solving out a particular problem statement for developer tooling or something. They try to find, like solve the entire journey, entire problem statement. And take one problem statement and figure out your niche, solve it out, create your MVP, get the right consumers, and once you get the right stage, then really like focus on the second problem statement.
No, I fully resonate with that. I fully agree, because I think what I've seen also with a lot of developers and founders is that they get obsessed with the features and they get very excited, but then they forget the so what of it, or you know, what's the potential, how do you monetize this, what are the business use cases. So I fully resonate with that, and also work with a lot of early stage companies, so it's hard to build. So focusing on one thing and getting that absolutely right, and then of course scale and move to adjacent verticals. That's the largest scheme, but of course get the PMF first, right? Absolutely. And Prashant, of course, you've seen so many cycles, right? And of course, like you know, for the builders rather, or just for the founders, we'd love to get your perspective on, given the current phase, same question. What is this one thing which you say that, hey, you know, heads down, focus on this, and something which you should do in the current market?
What you shouldn't do definitely, or just to put it differently, is keep asking yourself why token rather than when token. 100%, you know. What you should definitely be doing, I think, is if you are into it to build something, before you kind of go deep down into it, keep asking yourself again, is there a market for what I am building? Who will buy this? Who will pay for this, right? And maybe get it in your head that this is actually doable and there is a market, and like answer these 3 points before you put your heart and soul and emotional quotient into it entirely, right? So that's all.
Amazing, great. Thank you everyone. Thanks for being here. I'd just like to thank all the panelists. So thanks Pranav, thank you Piyush, the names, it's fine. Thanks Asta, Ajra and Prashant. Thank you for being on stage and doing the panel with us. Big round of applause. A lot of them are actually just flown in today, just for this. I know you have a flight to catch very soon, so it's like, jaldi panel karo.
I didn't say that. I'm there, so
yeah. We'll do that. So yeah. Thanks a lot. So maybe I'll just give the word of thanks and yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, so we've come to the end of the event, and you know, first of all, I'd just like to thank everyone, especially you know, waiting all the way till the end, going through all the events. It's amazing to see all of this happen, and especially at the start of the year, coming down to just you know, for the event. It's been amazing. We signed a bunch of MOUs. We've had grantees present, and it just goes to show that you know what we're building. If all of us come together, as I said, great things can happen, right? And again, as a lot of the panel advice, right? Like, what you essentially need to do is ask whether there's a market for this. Don't get super obsessed with your features, and focus on 1 or 2 things, get them well, and do them really right. Right? So I'd like to thank all the attendees to be here. I obviously want to thank all the partners for coming here and making this event possible. And definitely I'd love to thank the government. I think because we have such a progressive government is why such great things can happen. And that's why I see Hyderabad becoming the next big tech hub. And I'd like to do my favorite thing. The bar is open, so you guys can go and get some beers. But I'll also obviously advise have some fun and just get to know each other. You've all come down here, you've all waited till the end, so make sure you make the most of it. Thanks a lot everyone, thank you for coming down. About him, he is an active investor in the Web3 space, currently an engineer at Graph. The event, and first of all, I'd just like to thank everyone, especially waiting all the way till the end, going through all the events. It's amazing to see all of this happen, and especially at the start of the year, coming down to just for the event. It's been amazing. We signed a bunch of MOUs. We've had grantees present, and it just goes to show that what we're building. If all of us come together, as I said, great things can happen, right? And again, as a lot of the panel advice, right? Like, what you essentially need to do is ask whether there's a market for this. Don't get super obsessed with your features, and focus on one or two things, get them well, and do them really right. So I'd like to thank all the attendees to be here. I obviously want to thank all the partners for coming here and making this event possible. And definitely I'd love to thank the government. I think because we have such a progressive government is why such great things can happen. And that's why I see Hyderabad becoming the next big. The bar is open, so you guys can go and get some beers. But I'll also obviously advise have some fun and just get to know each other. You've all come down here, you've all waited till the end, so make sure you make the most of it. Thanks a lot everyone, thank you for coming down. The event, and first of all, I'd just like to thank everyone, especially waiting all the way till the end, going through all the events. It's amazing to see all of this happen, and especially at the start of the year, coming down to just for the event. It's been amazing. We signed a bunch of MOUs. We've had grantees present, and it just goes to show that about him. He's an active investor in the Web3 space, currently an engineer at Graph.
Or an investor.
Essentially enables developers and network participants to use public and open APIs to build subgraphs for the various CT apps. Glad to have you. Next we have Piyush. Guys, you get your viewers, can clap. Piyush leads ecosystem growth at Protocol Labs. Just to give you a quick background about Protocol, it's an open source R&D lab which builds protocols, tools and services. They've obviously done some phenomenal work like IPFS and Filecoin, so no introductions there. Focus in strategy at Polygon, and also have Polygon Village. Now, Polygon Village is actually very, very exciting. They're basically building an ecosystem with all the